Hurry up. All right. Trunks shrugged as he extended a hand and placed it on top of the device. Immediately, his hand glowed with blue lines as he felt a strange sensation. He quickly retracted his hand when the machine started turning itself on. "Ah, you see," Stahlbo remarked. "Now if you would just calm down and resume the experiment." Trunks nodded again as he took a deep breath and touched the machine again. This time, he let the sensation pass over him as he saw in his mind the insides of the device. "Describe what you are seeing and feeling," the royal advisor directed. "I feel. No, I can actually see a switch. Here it is." The young Scion moved his finger to the right and pushed a small activator stud. The device began spinning up and released a rotating red light which startled both men. They stepped back as the apparatus made a series of strange noises. Then, a minute later, it stopped and became dormant again. It kind of felt like a really old LD player, Trunks remarked. Stahlbo nodded. "Yes, but that's not important. What is important that it seems you gained the power to access and control technology simply by touching them. Apparently, this includes the ancient technology of El-Hazard." "Huh? But that's impossible." "Yes, most people would say as much. However, this is your special power. You touched Ifurida's staff and saw her memories of the Holy Wars and the Golden Champion. So that's what it was," the son of Vision asked as he looked down at his hand. It was then that he started thinking. "You want to see the Great White Egg?" Rune asked with some confusion. Before her throne was Trunks in his regular clothes, Nanami and Oyeili. Shao and the other priestesses were busy in preparation with the unsealing the Eye of God. The usual group of guards had been dismissed from the throne room so that they could speak in private with Rune Venus. The only guard present was Lons. The half-Scion nodded as he explained. "Yes, Princess Rune. I have a theory behind the legend of this golden champion of yours and I need to see this egg to prove it." Rune considered the youth before her before replying. "I'm afraid that I don't understand. The egg has been a part of the royal treasures since the Holy Wars. It has remained in the vault since that time long ago. Now you wish to see it because of a theory? Princess Rune, I have an idea of who this golden champion might have been and the only way I can confirm it is to see the artifact. Why is this so important to you? Because I think that there's a chance that this champion may have left a clue as to how to beat Ifurida in the egg. After all, he defeated her during the Holy Wars. Please, Princess Rune, for all that I've done for you and the Alliance, could you at least grant me this one request?" The ruler of Rashtaria considered her sister's look-alike for a long time before nodding. "I suppose that it wouldn't hurt, and any clue that we find in that artifact might be of great help to us." Princess Rune and Lons led the others down a small passageway that led to a pair of large steel doors with guards posted at both sides. They smartly saluted their ruler as she gave the command to unseal the Royal Archives vault. The guards nodded as one of them went over to a large lever and pulled on it. The sound of metal grinding filled the air as mechanisms that had remained unchanged for decades began to move. When the lever finally clicked into place, Rune then placed a hand on a globe that was embedded into one side wall, which released the final lock. The sphere activated, after confirming that the person who wished entrance was indeed a member of the royal family of Rashtaria. The huge doors slowly swung open and a lighting system activated, illuminating the huge room. The group then walked inside. The archives looked like the inside of a giant library with long rows of shelves, filled with books, scrolls and other objects. Many of those items were crumbling apart from extreme age and just about everything had a layer of dust on it. Heiku! Nanami sneezed as the dust tickled her nose. When was the last time you cleaned this place? This place has remained untouched since the time of the Holy Wars. Rune replied as she led them toward an open area where a large, round sphere sat on a pedestal. She then gestured to it while addressing them. And there it is. The great white egg that brought the golden champion to El-Hazard. Trunks' eyes widened as he instantly recognized the egg for what it was. It was about the size of a compact car, and it had one circular window. It looked like a huge baseball with the outlines of the door/platform on the front. He had seen something just like it in the Capsule Corps Museum of Technology. His grandfather Dr. Briefs had pieced together the wreckage of the same craft, which had brought Goku to Earth more than 45 years ago. It had been remodeled to carry him to Namek. In fact, the general layout of all Capsule Corp spaceships were based on the same design, except that they were built larger and made more comfortable. He ran over to it and stopped to stand before the pedestal. I knew it. I knew it. It's a Scion space pod. Scion space pod, Rune said with confusion. She had not yet been informed of Trunks' heritage or of the Scions. I'll explain it to you later, Princess Rune. Trunks said as he approached the craft and walked around it, making a full inspection of the exterior. It looked as if the ship had come down in one piece and it hadn't been touched during the whole wars. As Trunks looked around, Nanami and Oyeili moved forward. Trunks, you said that this was a Scion space pod. What is that? Nanami asked. Trunks had only given Nanami a brief overview of the history of the Scions during their trip back to Rashtaria. As he continued to circle the ship, he gave out some more information. Remember when I told you about how the Scions became planetary mercenaries? It's not something that I am proud to admit. Well, anyway, Scions used ships like this to travel to other galaxies. My guess is that during that period in our history, one Scion must have somehow ended up in El-Hazard at the time of the Holy Wars, and he must have found out how to become a Super Scion, thus becoming El-Hazard's golden champion. But you said that El-Hazard is in another dimension, in another universe entirely. Trunks shrugged as he stepped closer to the pod. I don't know. Maybe that Scion ran into something out in space that allowed him to cross over into this dimension. Maybe there was a rip in the space-time continuum, or he could have passed through a black hole. My mom's been theorizing that black holes are gateways to alternate universes. Huh? Sorry. Sometimes I find myself talking like Mom. Well, for whatever reason, that Scion ended up here and decided to forget his mission and fight for the ancients of El-Hazard. Probably wanted to fight Ithurega. The Scions always did like to fight. Are you sure that he was a Scion? Nanami asked as she approached the strange craft. Trunks looked around and saw a large mural hanging nearby. It depicted the scene of a great battle in which the Golden Champion was fighting the demon god. He then noticed something near the waist of the champion's image and nodded. I'm pretty sure that it was a Scion. You see that? He pointed to what appeared to be a sash around the man's waist. That's his belt. So what? Trunks shook his head as he traced the line from the waist to the back of the champion's leg. Nope. That's a tail. A tail? She then looked at Trunks' waist and rear, then blushed a bit when she noticed how tight his buns were. She quickly composed herself and said, Well, you said you were a Scion, but I don't see a tail on you. Trunks shrugged as he answered her question. I'm only half Scion and I was born without a tail. My father and Goku have pureblood Scions. They were born with tails, but those tails were later cut off and don't grow back anymore. My friend Gohan had a tail when he was born, but his doesn't grow back either. I guess it all has to do with genetics and stuff. He pointed back to the mural. That's definitely a tail though. Scions usually wrapped them around their waists like a belt to keep them from being cut off. Why? Well, before the Scions discovered how to transform into Super Scions, the source of their power and strength was in their tails. That was also their weakness. If you grabbed him by his tail, he loses his strength and feels great pain. The tail was also the key to transforming at the light of a full moon. To turn into a Super Scion? No. The young warrior tried to think of a way to best describe the other transformation that Scions could undergo. Let's just say that you don't want to be around a Scion with a tail during a full moon. You mean he becomes like some kind of werewolf? No. Something a lot worse. The son of Vegeta then changed the subject as he began feeling around the surface of the ship. In any case, whoever thought Ithurega was a Scion and he found out how to become a Super Scion. Jinai's sister noticed Trunks feeling around the ship and asked, What are you doing? I'm looking for the outer hatch release. He bent lower to feel the underside. If I remember right, the access panels should be right about here. He tapped an area which made a small panel flip out, revealing a keypad with some alien numerals on them. You found out how to open it? Nanami inquired as she and Oyeili moved closer. Not quite. You see, you have to punch in the correct access code in order for the hatch to open up. He then looked over his shoulder to them. You two better stand back, because if I press in the wrong code, then the space pod will activate its self-destruct mechanism. The explosion would take out half the vault. Both girls paled when they heard this and backed off. Nanami gestured for Alonzo and Rune to get back. Trunks looked back at the keypad. Now how do I get this thing open without it blowing up? There's a chance that the plasmonic explosive charge may have degraded over the centuries, but I'm not going to risk it. I could survive the explosion, but Nanami and the others wouldn't. There's got to be a way. Trunks pondered it for a long while. It was then that he remembered his time with Dr. Stolbo and what he had said about the power he gained when he came to El-Hazard. The doctor said that I can access and control machines by touching them with my hands. I wonder. He cautiously extended a hand to the access keypad and placed it lightly on the buttons. He closed eyes and concentrated. His hand glowed with a blue light as he began probing the old circuits and relays. A moment later, his fingers began pressing the keypad in a certain sequence. A very long moment of silence passed by and then a dull click was heard, followed by the grinding of hydraulic systems that haven't operated in hundreds of years. The hatch slowly swung down to form a kind of boarding ramp. The main computer was located on the ramp and would have been positioned in front of the passenger during space travel. The inside of the space pod was lined with thick cushions to protect the passenger from impacts, and there was a kind of lounge seat in the rear for him to rest in as he traveled through the cosmos. There was little else inside, but space pods were not meant for recreation during long voyages. Usually, the pod's life support systems would put the passenger into a form of suspended hibernation until he reached his destination, which eliminated the need for food supplies, water and waste disposal. Periodically, during the trip, the computer would wake up the passenger when it needed to land and recharge its power core. Trunks then reached for the main computer and, using his new power, activated its memory banks. The readouts on the screen were in Siamese, but he knew enough about his father's native language to understand the data. However, in a few minutes, he soon became disappointed after scanning through the entire databank. He let off a sigh as he stood up and shook his head. He had learned a few things today, but they had not been what he had been hoping for. So what exactly happened, Trunks? What was that thing you did? Nanami asked as they were all back in the throne room. Nearby, Olieli was filling in Rune and Lonzo on the history of the Scions. That was my special power, the half-Scion said with a bit of a whimsical smile. I guess I took after my mom more than I thought. In any case, I was right about the Golden Champion being a Scion. According to what I learned from the ship's computer, that particular Scion had been on his way to conquer a planet when his ship encountered some kind of anomaly that caused him to be thrown through time and space. He ended up in El-Hazard during the Holy Wars. And? Trunks shrugged. And that's all the computer had recorded. I guess he didn't keep any records of his stay in El-Hazard, and with so little known after his fight with Ifureta, there's a big gray area. I was also hoping that the ship would be able to provide us with a means of getting back home, but that's a no-go too. According to the diagnostics, the hyperdrive is shot and the power core is just about expired. That bot is just an oversized paperweight now. So it didn't tell you anything? Like how to beat Ithuriel? No. Oh, I had a hunch that Ithuriel had never encountered a Super Saiyan before, during the Holy Wars. That's probably the reason why the Golden Champion had beaten her. When I fought her, she easily adapted to my power levels and kicked my butt. Trunks sighed sadly as he remembered his humiliating defeat. So, there's no way you or any of us can beat her? There was a bit of fear in Naname's voice. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that we can't beat her at our current power levels. She's sort of like what Cell was. She'll adapt to any new challenge quickly and she's already got a lot more fighting experience than I do. The only way I can think of for me to beat her is to increase my power levels and experience to overwhelm hers. And with what little time we have, I don't see any way that I can do that. It would take me at least a year of non-stop training for me to attain that kind of power. I'm glad that my dad isn't here to rub it in. He's always been harping on me to keep training. I can just see him now saying I told you so. I wonder what he and the others are doing now. On Earth, Vegeta was atop a mountain and was in deep meditation. He was sitting in a cross-legged position with arms crossed and his eyes closed. He was wearing the Saiyan armor he had worn during Cell games. Over his right ear and eye was the new scouter, which would immediately alert him of the Dragon Ball's locations once they became active. Ben had told him that they would be re-energized by tomorrow. That left the Prince of the Saiyans time to contemplate the future once the Dragon Balls had been collected. Of course, the first wish would be to have Trunks returned to him, but what about the second wish? There were a lot of possibilities that one could explore with a wish from the Eternal Dragon. He could wish for immortality as he had initially wanted when he first learned of the Dragon Balls. However, if he were to become everlasting, then there would be little point in training to become better. Why bother becoming stronger if you didn't have to worry about dying? If he had become endowed with eternal life, then he would have never achieved the coveted status of a Super Saiyan, and even beyond that. It was the challenge, the very drive for combat and to become stronger was what defined the Saiyan race. In that respect, he was glad that Kakarot was around to motivate him to become better. Whenever he became better, Vegeta would see it as a kind of plateau not to achieve, but to surpass. However, it was his son that he was concerned about. Over the last few years, with nothing but peace reigning over the earth, Trunks had been slacking off from his training. He wasn't as strong as he should be and was becoming more like his mother. Though he would never admit it openly, even to Bulma, Vegeta did care deeply for his family. However, he still wanted his eldest child and heir to become the great warrior and true Saiyan that he was. He represented the best of the Saiyans, the royal bloodline itself. Trunks should at least live up to the image that was his heritage. The former conqueror of planets considered wishing for Trunks to become. No. That would be seen as a cheat. Power must be earned. Only through intense training and discipline could Trunks realize the potential that he was capable of. By that way, he could strive to bring out his very best. However, the same problem still remained. His son had no real challenges or motivation to bring out that potential. Vegeta continued to brood as the night wore on. Al-Hazard, deep below Rashtaria. So how goes the progress? Mahfado asked as he and Galus approached the technicians. In front of them was a large apparatus with ringed power converters attached to it. In the center was a slender figure with long brown hair, with a face that mirrored Trunks. Not much. The head technician replied. We've analyzed Fator's biological makeup and determined that there is a gene which allows her to control the Eye of God. It seems to be gender-specific and is only found in the female members of Rashtaria's royal family. We know that. The question is, can you control the eye? It is theoretically possible, but without more testing, we can't say for certain. However, there is a new bit of information. It seems that the control mechanism will only work if the genes for the Matrix were in tandem. That's probably the reason why two princesses are necessary. Perhaps if we were to somehow double Fator's genes. Just do it. Mahfado said. We must be able to get control of the Eye of God. Galus nodded as he looked down at the boys. Have you taken care of the other device? Mahfado nodded. It's already been done. The ruler of the Phantom tribe smiled. Soon, vengeance would be his. Within the machine, Princess Fator moaned in her drug-induced state. Back at the Palace of Floristica. Crash! Fa 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 fa. Mr. Fujisawa stepped out from the dungeon, completely sober. Mere doors cannot contain Super Fujisawa. It was then that he found himself face to face with Shayla. Yo! The fire priestess held up a bottle of wine and winked. You're buying? 12. Not bad for a novice. Masamikai remarked as he watched Shayla slug down another glass. They were both sitting on a bench outside of the courtyard. He was already on his 9th glass. Goodbye superpowers again. Fa. 12's new thing. I'm just getting warmed up. Shayla then poured herself another glass. This time she had a bit of a blush on her cheeks and looked a bit nervous. Mr. Sensei teacher, there's something real, personal that I have to ask you. That's what I'm here for. Shayla chugged down the glass and took a deep breath before speaking in a slurred voice. Who's that Nanami think she is anyway? I'll be with Trunk. Where'd you get off, huh? Fujisawa smiled as he saw what was going on. Well, I'm proud to say that they're both my students. She really annoys me. So come on now. It's not that bad. Fujisawa said while lifting his glass to his lips. He stopped suddenly as a thought came to him. By the way, just how old are you? Shayla shrugged as she lifted another glass to her lips. I'm 19. In a flash, The history teacher grabbed the glass out of her hands and stood up. You shouldn't be drinking. You are underage. Ha! At that moment, a small bundle of energy charged in and tackled the fire priestess, Sister Shayla. Oh, the redhead found herself flat on her back on the bench as Olyili affectionately nuzzled against her breasts. I've got some really important news for you. Well, what is it? Hey, cut that out. Stop doing that. God, don't be so mean, Sister Shayla. Damn it. Tell the United States the important news already. Fujisawa shouted. Olyili then relented as she sat up. Oh, right. Well, the leaders of the council want the Eye of God unsealed right away. They're really nervous about what's been happening, and with Ifureta and the Bugrum on the loose, they feel that it was imperative that the Eye of God was ready. A short time later, Trunks and the others were standing in an open field outside of the grounds of the palace. Once again, Trunks was in his Fedora disguise as he sat beside Princess Rune. The entire council of leaders was present along with the people of Earth as they watched the three priestesses enter a large, skinny tower that was about a mile high. Ms. nodded to her colleagues as they stepped down a large, circular platform which became a glowing disk of light. The platform then rose, carrying the three women to the top of the tower like an elevator. Down below, Nanami sat beside Olyili as she watched them ascend. Olyili, what is that thing? That's the stairway to the sky. It allows them to communicate with the Eye of God. Oh. It was then that she noticed that Olyili had become attached to her arm and was cuddling up to her. Hey, wait a minute. I thought you were the one who had the hots for that Shayla. Yup. But if you can't be with the one you love, well, love the one you're with. Nanami finished for her, as she was getting nervous. Atop the stairway to the sky, the three priestesses of Mount Muldoon nodded to each other as they went to three separate places on the communications platform. Each held out their hands before them, while focusing their powers. This caused twin control panels to emerge from the floor of the platform and extend toward their palms. When each priestess touched her controls, the platform began extending transmitting antennae to send the proper signals to the Eye of God, which was hovering more than 10 miles above their heads. The center of the Eye of God began to rotate as pylons, which kept the main energy projector immobile, slid back. The projector moved about like some gigantic pupil as a storm began to brew over Floristica. Then, a sudden downpour appeared as the last seal on the Eye of God was released. There was a bright flash of light, and then as suddenly as it started, the rain stopped. There was only clear blue sky as the ultimate weapon of El-Hazard was now primed for use. Atop the stairway to the sky, the three females nodded as their control panels lowered themselves back down into the floor. Ms. wiped her brow while taking a deep breath. Whew. I'm tired. Shayla smirked as she decided to tease her colleague. Oh, I see. Looks like you're getting too old for the priestess biz, eh? Oh, what do you know? Miss shot back with irritation. Ufra gazed up at the Eye of God. I hope everyone knows that there's no turning back. Later that night, we can finally rest easy, now that the Eye of God is activated. One of the leaders said as the great celebration continued on in the palace. Yes, and to think that we are actually dining with the great priestesses of Mount Muldoon. Another leader agreed. Around the main dining hall, people were enjoying themselves as a false sense of security blanketed over them. However, Princess Rune, who was sitting at the head of the room, knew better. Even with the Eye of God unsealed, it was still a useless piece of machinery without two princesses to control it. Trunks may look like her sister Fatora, but he lacked the genetic makeup necessary to help her control the weapon. The unsealing of the eye was only a show to get the other council leaders to relax and hold the fragile alliance together. At the Bugrum Citadel, while I am aware of your enthusiasm at the language skills that our new general has taught you, I should have been consulted before you add any more glorification to his deeds, Queen Diva said to some of her followers as she wandered outside to a statue of Jinai in the courtyard. I don't mind at all, Jinai said as he walked up to her throne. Very well. As of now I give you our highest honor, the Empress said as she handed him a large medal to go with the others she had awarded to him. I now proclaim you as the supreme commander of the entire invasion force of Rashtaria. Jinai laughed his maniacal laugh as he turned to his troops. The hour of victory draws near. I have already sent our weapon, the demon god Ithuriel, to Rashtaria to crush all opposition. As the demon god was speeding toward Rashtaria, her thoughts were of a certain, purple-haired boy who had affected her so greatly with just a simple touch. She shook her head as she neared the capital city of Floristica. She had been created to destroy and to obey the master of the staff. That is her duty, her only reason for existence. At the celebration, a newcomer appeared and made his way toward Princess Rune. Nearby, Nanami turned to Lons. Hey Lons, who is that? The captain of the guard nodded as he saw the man take Princess Rune's hand and kiss it. He is the betrothed to Rune Venus. He is Prince Gallius of a nearby kingdom. How cute! A marriage between the Phantom tribe and Rashtaria. Everyone became silent when they heard this and Gallius stiffened as he quickly turned about. Nanami, are you sure? Trunks asked. He knew that he sensed something strange about that character. Nanami nodded as she pointed to Gallius. It's true. His skin be blue. Gallius then chuckled as he decided to let down his illusions. It seems that the time for this charade to end has come. There was a collective gasp as his skin turned blue and his hair became less groomed. His clothes shifted to take on a form of dark robes and pants. He then started laughing. You are all foolish to think that unsealing the eye would save you. See how the royal family of Rashtaria has deceived you. He pointed to Trunks. See for yourself of how useless your ultimate weapon is. At this point, Rune was so shocked that she fainted and Trunks rushed over to catch her. However, with his hands full, He was unable to stop Nehato as he appeared behind him and snatched off his wig. The crowds gasped as they saw that Princess Fatora was an imposter. Trunks growled as he turned to attack the smirking Phantom Boy. However, Nehato disappeared from sight as Gallows continued to mock everyone present. You shall all pay for your folly. Fa 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 fa. An intense bright light appeared blinding everyone. Well, almost everyone. Shit. Where did they go? Shayla shouted as she and the other priestesses looked around. It's obvious. They're already gone. Nanami replied as she clumped toward the exit as the light faded away. At that moment, a huge explosion was heard nearby as Trunks felt the presence of an enormous power. She's here. Ifureta. In one of the nearby towers of the palace was chaos and destruction. Guards were either dead or unconscious as the demon god calmly walked by. The halls were littered with rubble and flames. One guard was still conscious and cringing in fear as if Ifureta ignored him as she passed by. Though her mission was to destroy Floristica, she still needed to find something. Someone first. Trunks was flying down the hallway towards the source of the destruction. He had already changed into his regular clothes and had his sword strapped to his back. His Fatora disguise was cumbersome and ill-suited for battle. Oh, if this person was Ifureta, it wouldn't really matter what he was wearing. On his face, he had his spare scouter. When he came to where his opponent was, he winced as his senses detected the huge power levels she was emitting. The readouts on his scouter were not encouraging either. They were far above his own. Ifureta. Trunks called out as he landed. The demon god stopped when she heard her name and turned as he landed. Her eyes narrowed as she looked over the youth before her. She pointed the end of her staff toward him, but refrained from firing. She then spoke to him in a cold and unfeeling tone. Trunks, your name is in my memory, though I had no previous knowledge of you. Explain your access. Huh? My memory had been sealed to all outside access. Why were you able to enter it? Explain now. She emphasized the hidden threat by gesturing with her staff. Trunks paused for a long time as he considered his answer. Finally he said, I saw your heart. Your innermost feelings. Your very soul. Ifureta stiffly shook her head. No heart. No feelings. I am not capable of such things. Explain yourself or perish. Trunks knew that things were about to get ugly when Ifureta suddenly started emitting a golden aura. Though he knew that he was seriously outclassed, he followed suit by drawing his sword and transformed into a Super Saiyan. The two most powerful beings on El-Hazard faced each other off and waited for the other to make the first move. On Earth, Vegeta's eyes opened as soon as his scouter started beeping. The sensors indicated that a Dragon Ball was near. The time had come. He stood up, took a deep breath and took off like a rocket. A minute later, he powered up to become a Super Saiyan and his speed more than quintupled as he began the search. In another part of the world, Goten and his brother Gohan also took off. A minute later, They both split up and went off into separate directions, as their scouters indicated the location of two other Dragon Balls. The search for the means to bring Trunks home had begun, but it may already be too late. End of the fifth night. Author's notes. Well, this has got to be the fastest story I ever posted. 5 down and 2 more to go. We'll be seeing more of the Dragon Ball Z gang in the last 2 episodes as this story approaches its climax. Next time on Dragon Ball Lizard, the 6th night. Welcome back, Trunks. Less than PMG border equals 0 height equals 1 SRC equals double quote hazard 5 underscore files slash visit top gif width equals 1 greater than asterisk chapter 6 asterisk the 6th night. Welcome back, Trunks. Dragon Ball Lizard by Hung Anime Neon disclaimer. Oh boy. Fanfiction writing for more than 3 years, and I still got to disclaim. Thoughts. The 6th night. Welcome back, Trunks. Trunks tensed up as he held out his sword. Though his scouter was giving him very huge power readings on his opponent, the young Saiyan was well aware of what Ifureta was capable of. His senses were almost overwhelming him as the demon god began powering up in front of him. The ground began to shake as her energy levels started climbing at an extreme rate. Like the androids 16, 19 and 20, Ifureta was 100% synthetic. Trunks could only use his senses to detect her energy when she was emitting them and when he was in close proximity to her. Though the readings that his scouter were giving showing weren't exactly encouraging either. He had set it on its highest scanner range and it was still threatening to overload. Power level 100,000, 150. 200,000, 300,000. Whoa! 2 million already. 10 million. 100 million. A minute later, the scouter gave up. FZZZZZAKK. Crackle. Bam. The device blew out and fell to the ground in sparks and pieces. Though its destruction did not harm the Super Saiyan in the least, its last reading before it exploded had been a sign that Trunks was in big trouble. 5 billion. And he knew that she was just getting warmed up. Enough. I do not experience emotions. Ifureta declared as she stopped powering up and leveled her staff at him. Yes you do. Trunks insisted. I felt them in you. It is time for you to die. She simply said as she prepared to fire. The son of Vegeta braced himself for the imminent chaos and destruction. Hold it. Don't even think about it. The 2 strongest beings in El Lizard turned to see Shayla, Aframan and Ms. Mishtal take a stand behind them. It ends right here, Shayla declared. You dragged your way for too long, Ms. added. And now we're going to put a stop to you, once and for all, Afra said. Ifureta, however, was unimpressed as she turned her attention to the newcomers. She simply waited for them to make the first move. I still haven't paid you back for the last time. Shayla instantly activated the lamp of fire and leapt up in a nimbus of swirling flames. No! Don't fight her! Trunks shouted. But it was too late. The slave of Jinnah instantly duplicated Shayla's powers and took off to meet her in the air. The two collided in a massive explosion, and the fire priestess was knocked back. Shayla launched two fireballs at her opponent, but Ithuriel simply shrugged them off. That was pointless, she said simply, as Shayla was in a state of shock. She then sent a gout of flame at her opponent, which slammed into her like a battering ram. The redhead was sent flying back and hit a support column, causing it to crumble. She landed on the floor and moaned in pain as she knew that several of her ribs were broken. There was also some internal bleeding, and she found it difficult to breathe. "No! Shayla!" Miz cried out as she focused her willpower into the lamp of water. The ring glowed with a blue light as if Ithuriel turned to face her next victim. "You are going to pay for that." The moisture in the air began condensing as the water priestess manipulated the water into a solid shape. She then let off a cry of anger as she released a deadly torrent at her enemy. However, the demon god evaded the strike with no effort. The attack exploded the balcony behind her. Focused wave of water. Amateur. Ithuriel said without emotion. This got Miz even more riled up as she summoned up a barrage of solid water projectiles at the demon god. However, Ithuriel deflected the shots with her staff and summoned up her own water attack. It is a simple manipulation of water molecules. Ithuriel then demonstrated her own mastery of Miz's ability and sent a huge blast of hardened water at the water priestess. Miz brought up a shield of water for protection, but it was not enough as Ithuriel's attack blasted through the barrier and plowed into her. She was sent crashing into a pile of rubble and was out cold. The demon god then faced off against the last priestess. "Do you know why I am the most feared of all the demon gods?" Aframan braced herself for any attack. "I have the ability to recreate any weapon or method used against me." Ithuriel continued. "I grow stronger with each battle. I have also the experience of thousands of warriors, including the Golden Champion. My power is virtually unlimited." Trunks became very pale when he heard this. "She's just like the way Father described Cell. That means nothing to a chief priestess of Mount Muldoon." Afra shouted as she activated the lamp of wind. She then let loose with a high-pressure blast that tore up the floor and made a direct hit on Ithuriel. However, that had no effect and Ithuriel nodded. "Effective. A simple air vacuum. I believe you call that a badger's slash?" I had gained yet another weapon. Without a second thought, she let loose with an air blast that was 100 times more powerful than Afra could ever hope to accomplish. Afra felt her body being ravaged by sharp, rasping winds before she was thrown back and hit hard against another stone column. Her right shoulder was dislocated and she gained a concussion in the bargain as she fell to the floor. Trunks gritted his teeth. He knew that Ithuriel was only playing with them as they could never hope to be a match against her. He was also aware that the demon god considered him as no threat, as she was delaying his execution to deal with what she considered as annoying gnats. "You see, I am the most powerful. Ifureta taunted as she leveled her staff to finish off the three priestesses. Shayla was the only one that was still conscious as she tried to summon up her powers. However, she didn't have enough energy to light a match. Ifureta was about to deliver the final blast. And Ifureta turned to see the blazing gold light of a very angry Super Saiyan hurtle toward her. "Where's Trunks?" Nanami asked as she met up with Mr. Fujisawa in one of the other hallways of the palace. Guests and guards were running about in a state of panic as chaos continued. Suddenly, there was a sudden rumbling, causing everyone to scream out louder. Then, two bright explosions suddenly flared off near one of the towers and two golden streaks of light rocketed up toward the sky. The history teacher wound up to the bright flashes of light. "I think he may be up there." The two kept on running and soon came upon the place where the priestesses were. They came upon Shayla as she managed to sit up. "Shit. If only I hadn't used up all my energy." Unsealing the Eye of God. As Nanami and her sensei went to the priestess's aid, the redhead looked up at the sky as two darting lights continued to flare in the sky. "Now, it's all up to you, Trunks." Unfortunately, Trunks was still not up to the task. Fa! A huge blast of ki energy was launched from the Super Saiyan's open palm, but his opponent dodged the attack and fired off several beams in retaliation. Trunks blurred to avoid the barrage and reappeared behind her. He swung his sword at her, but she instantly twisted to block the blade with her staff. The two began trading thrusts, parries, stabs and counter slashes at speeds too fast for the human eye to follow. But while Trunks was a Super Saiyan, even he had his limits as he battled Ifureta in the sky. DSTRUCDO disc. Trunks flew back to get some fighting room and launched several of Krillin's spinning keyblades. But Ifureta's speed proved to be too fast as she evaded all of the deadly projectiles. Two of the discs flew down and chopped off the top of the east tower of the Rashtarian Palace. Fortunately, no one had been inside at the time. As Ifureta was busy dodging the discs, Trunks took this opportunity to focus his power. He raised the hand with his index and middle finger extended and pointing them to his forehead. Soon, a small but concentrated ball of ki was formed as he pointed those fingers at Ifureta. Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo's move, a beam of intense energy with swirls, was fired at the demon god, but once again, she evaded it by vanishing from sight. No! Trunks realized that his attack was going to hit the center of Floristica, and pulled up on his arm. He mentally took control of the beam's flight and forced it to turn up and away from hitting the city. The shot pulled up and rocketed to disappear into the night sky. That was when Ifureta appeared behind him. Trunks barely managed to turn around and block with his sword as she swung her staff at his head. Snap! Trunks found himself in a state of shock as he looked down at his sword. Half of the blade had broken off from the strain of battle and that last blow. The shattered portion was now falling toward the ground. "You are quite talented," Ifureta commented as she hovered before him. Thanks you. I now have several new attacks to my arsenal. Before Trunks could react, she blurred and reappeared behind him, driving one end of her staff into the small of his back. She swung hard with her weapon, knocking the ruined sword out of the youth's hands, then delivered several more blows of the staff. After pummeling him a few more times, she delivered a vicious spin kick to his head, which caused him to lose focus and plummet down toward the ground. She sent a Kamehameha and several Destructo Discs at him to add insult to injury. Trunks managed to dodge the discs, but the attack that was Goku's signature move hit him hard and caused him to drop like a falling meteor. Look out! Incoming! Nanami shouted as she saw something hurtle down to where she and her friends were. Mr. Fujisawa had just started sobering up again and swept up the fallen priestesses and his student into his arms. They hightailed it away from the impact zone as Trunks slammed into and through a tower before landing near where his friends had fallen in battle against Ifureta. He made a very large crater in the main courtyard, causing a huge cloud of dust to be turned up and aftershock to reverberate throughout the area. Nanami and Mr. Fujisawa huddled behind a wall as they looked over to where Trunks had landed. They saw that Trunks was flat on his back and moaning in great pain as his hair darkened to its normal color and became limp. His clothes were dirty and tattered from his battle. His power levels began dropping quickly and he knew that the end was near as Ifureta landed down in front of him and pointed her staff at him. No! Trunks! Nanami tried to run toward them. Mr. Fujisawa held her back, knowing that it would have been suicidal. Shayla also could do nothing but look on helplessly. Her colleagues were still unconscious and she had no strength left to help the boy with whom she had become smitten with. At the center of the crater, Ifureta looked down at her defeated foe and prepared for the death blow. You had great power. However, I had won. Now, I know all of your techniques. Trunks saw that if he didn't act quickly, he was going to find out what it would be like to die as Goku and Vegeta had. Only in this case, there were no Dragon Balls on Elezard to bring him back. He had to try a desperate gamble. Though it strained him to do so, Trunks lifted his head and held up his hands with fingers spread toward his face. Not quite. Ifureta. You don't know them all. Solar Flare. Night momentarily became day as the Saiyan released his technique, which blinded everyone who saw it. The light that Trunks emitted was so bright that even Ifureta flinched and was caught off guard for a moment. With the last of his strength, he managed to get to his feet and touched the demon god's face with his hand. His special power activated as soon as he made skin contact and the two minds were once again linked. In his mind, Trunks saw the carnage and destruction that was wrought during the Holy Wars. He saw Ifureta at the center of such violence. He observed glimpses of her battle with the Golden Champion and her being sealed away by the ancients of Elezard. Then he saw her first memories after she had been reawakened, which were images of himself. In Ifureta's mind, She saw Trunks as a baby as future Trunks came to help against Cell and the androids. She saw him as an 8-year-old as he trained with Goten and competed in the junior division of the World Martial Arts Tournament. She couldn't help but smile as she witnessed the boy silence an egotistical bully with one kick and knocked Mr. Satan to the other side of the arena. Then she saw something that put her into a state of shock. It was the scene at Shinano High School where the person who sent Trunks to Elezard was herself. No, that's me. The two began sharing more memories as their entire lives became like open books to each other. Finally, they both witnessed a scene of total devastation. These memories, they can't be the only ones that you have. Trunks said with his mind. I was created to be the perfect fighting weapon. Ifureta replied. If commanded, I will destroy all that stands against me. I obey only the master of the power key staff. The two faced each other as the memories faded away into nothingness. As they came back to reality, they continued to gaze at one another with a kind of longing. There was only silence as their eyes maintained contact. Finally, Ifureta bowed down her head and closed her eyes. She had lost the will to fight and decided to leave. She flew off and disappeared over the horizon of the evening sky. Trunks broke out of the spell that he was in and collapsed to the ground. Nanami ran up to his fallen form and cradled him in her arms as she knelt down. Trunks, Trunks, you did it. You saved us all. The half-Saiyan could only shake his head slightly. All he had done was win a reprieve. The next time he thought Ifureta, it would be their final battle. Sometime later, the three priestesses of Mount Muldoon had sustained many serious injuries and, I am afraid that they are fatal. Dr. Stalda said as he put away his stethoscope. Nanami, Trunks, and Mr. Fujisawa were standing beside him at the side of the bed that the water priestess had been laid on. The other two priestesses were in separate rooms. Trunks had a bandage wrapped around his head and his right arm in a sling. He had landed on it when fell and had sprained it. He also had several bruised ribs and a few burns after being hit by a massive Kamehameha wave. His torn jacket was lying on the bed. Though he had taken major punishment, his Saiyan heritage had allowed him to endure. The priestesses, however, were a different matter altogether as Dr. Stalbo gave the diagnosis. Priestess Miz is starting to slip into a coma, and both Iframan and Shayla have serious internal bleeding problems as well as massive organ damage. I fear that they will not survive the night. Our healers can do nothing against injuries of this magnitude. It is a dark time indeed for Rashtaria and all of Elezard. The royal advisor shook his head sadly. Trunks frowned as he had known that they hadn't the slightest chance against the demon god, yet they fought her anyway. He also knew that he had the means to save them. Reaching into his pocket, he took out the last of his senzu beans. Though he had considered taking one to restore his injuries, and become stronger in the process to face Ifureta again. However, he felt that it wouldn't make much of a difference and the priestesses needed the beans more. He held out the beans and addressed Dr. Stolbo. Dr. Stolbo? I have something here that could help. Amazing. Simply amazing. Dr. Stolbo remarked as he watched a man sit up from her bed. Young Drunks continues to astound us all. Afra found herself surprisingly refreshed, and she felt stronger and healthier than she ever felt before. She began unwrapping the bandages on her forehead and arms and saw that the terrible cuts and bruises she had gained were gone. There was a blessed absence of pain, and she felt as if she had spent an entire month at Arliman. What was that thing I just ate? The otherworlder Drunks had some kind of magical healing items that he called Sins of Beings. Yes, that was it. They healed all of your injuries, and Priestess Shayla. What about Priestess Miz? Drunks had done something else to get out of her coma. I'm not certain how he did it, but he placed his hand on her head and gave her some of his. What was it he called it? Oh yes. He called it Ki. Once Miz awakened, he gave her the last of his sins of beings to heal the rest of her injuries. Mr. Fujisawa is watching over her while she's resting. The last? You mean there aren't any more of these wondrous beings? The advisor shook his head. No, I'm afraid not, and there are many in the palace that could use them. However, through some great miracle, there were only 5 fatalities among the royal guards, and the rest will eventually recover from their injuries. None of the council leaders or guests were harmed. Drunks assures me that he will be fine, even though he took a horrible beating from Ifureta. He didn't use one of the beans to heal himself. The dean shook his head with a slight smile. Drunks said that you 3 needed them more than he did. He is a very unusual, yet special young man. Yes. The island, Afra agreed quietly as she thought about the man who had saved her. In another bedroom, Mr. Fujisawa was just starting to doze off as he sat at Mrs. bedside. He started to snore, which awakened the priestess. Miz looked to her side and smiled as she realized that he must have stayed up all night, watching over her. She then began to sob as she thought back to her dismal defeat at the hands of Ifureta, which awakened the history teacher. Oh, good, you are awake, Drunks-sensei said as he leaned closer to her. Dear, sweet Masamikai, sobbed. I'm totally useless. What? What are you talking about? No. Don't look at me. I don't want you to see my weakness. Miz covered her face with her hands and turned away. Instead of being a powerful chief priestess, I let everyone down. Oh, come on now. You thought bravely. You're just saying that to make me feel better. No, I'm not. You did more than anyone could have done, Masamikai assured. Miz wasn't listening as she continued to bemoan her situation. If I had known that my career was going to come to this, I would have retired and married a long time ago. Nonsense. You shouldn't let things like this get you down, the history teacher said as he took on a more confident tone. Not while I'm around. Miz stopped crying when she heard this. Do you mean that? I mean it. Miz smiled as she now had him right where she wanted him. I just have one favor to ask. Being the gallant gentleman that he was, Fujisawa opened his mouth and put his foot into it. Ask away, my dear. If there's anything at all that I can do for you, I'll do whatever it takes. You can count on it. Gotcha. Miss quickly sat up and took Fujisawa's hands into her own. I want you to marry me. Oh. Mrs. eyes became glassy as she went on. I've already asked Dr. Stolbo, and he's agreed to officiate over our vows. WHA. I can reserve the church for the ceremony and reception. Me and my big mouth. Commies look out, Earth. King Kai, this is Den. Can you hear me? In other words, the Kai of the North nodded as he replied telepathically. Yes, I'm still here. I have good news. I found Trunks. He was transported to a very distant dimension called Elhazard. The named guardian of the Earth smiled as he also related some good news. That's great. Gohan had told me a few minutes ago that he, Goten and Vegeta had already found 4 of the Dragon Balls. We should have them all soon. Bulma managed to get her old Dragon Ball radar working again, and Goku is now joining in the search. Excellent. Notify me as soon as all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered. Back on Elhazard, in the Bugwan Citadel. How could you let that thorn in my side, Trunks, escape? Jinai grunted as he continued to infuriate his key staff. I'm busy trying to conquer Elhazard without having to worry about him. He grunted again as he continued to turn the staff. Damn. I thought you only needed winding every 10 years or so. Ifureta gave her master a disdainful look. I expend far more energy in battle. The least you can do is W. The demon god suddenly slumped forward and became unsteady for a moment. Jinai became even more irritable as he pulled out the staff. What's wrong now? Do you have some kind of warranty that I should have known about? Ifureta straightened up and then took her staff back. Without a word, she left the room. Jinai snorted and said to himself, they don't demon gods like they used to. As the weapon from the Holy Wars walked down the halls, she began to falter as her mind became more confused. She still saw the face of that boy in her subconscious and remembered the effect his touch had on her. I live only to suffer, and to bring suffering to others. If there is an end to this existence, I wish for nothing else. Rashtaria. Trunks continued to stare out from the courtyard at the horizon with a forlorn look in his eyes. He couldn't get the image of Ifureta out of his head after he had made contact with her mind again. He wondered if he was going nuts for having feelings towards something that was a machine. Then again, Krillin and Android 18 seemed to hit off nicely and even had a daughter. However, Android 18 had started out as a human. Ifureta had been built from scratch. Somewhere else in the palace, Oyeili was looking for Shayla or Nanami but wasn't having luck at finding either. She soon came across Trunks' living body armor Yura, as she was taking another catnap on a bench near the courtyard. Yura? Have you seen Nanami or Sister Shayla? The objects of her unwanted affections were hiding behind a pillar and peeking around it to observe the Scion who was standing in the courtyard. Shayla was crouched down with Nanami leaning over her. "So what are you waiting for? Go ask him," Nanami whispered as she pushed the fire priestess forward. Shayla angrily turned and said, "Hey! Stop pushing, and why am I elected? Don't start playing games now." You and I both saw the look on Drunk's face. Something more than just a passing gaze passed between him and that Ifurata. Shayla became a bit worried and concurred. They did stare for a long time. "That's why we've got to find out just what is going on between them." "Okay, you're right. Well, what are you waiting for?" Nanami pushed Shayla forward again. "Will you stop shouting? I guess you don't care if Trunks runs off with that demon god Bimbo, do you?" Shayla blushed a bit as she denied it. "No. Why should I care? It's none of my business. Who are you trying to kid? It's a wonder your nose isn't growing. Go over there and ask him. If you are so fired up about it, why don't you ask him?" This time it was Nanami who got all flustered. I don't have the time for that." Shayla didn't believe a word of it. "Oh no, of course not." The two girls finally summoned their courage and began approaching the half-Scion. When he did not immediately turn to their presence, they spoke in the same voice. "Listen, Trunks. It's that Ifurata," Trunks said in longing tone. He wasn't actually saying it to anyone, but the two females heard him loud and clear and felt their worlds crumbling around them. "You're right, Yura. It's all so boring," Olieli remarked as she sat down beside the cat. It was at that moment she heard a cry of anguish. The lesbian servant girl became excited as she saw Shayla race past her at a fast clip. "Ooh, Sister Shayla. Out for some jogging? I can do that too." She got up and began pursuing the anguished redhead. Back in the courtyard, Nanami was currently strangling Trunks. "Ooh. How long has this thing been going on between you and Ifurata? Don't lie or I'll break your Saiyan neck." Trunks had a feeling that Nanami was going to break his neck in any case. In his weakened condition, she might just do it. "See, come on, Nanami. I can explain. Calm down. I'm injured, remember?" Shayla chugged down her 9th glass of wine as she and Mr. Fujisawa sat outside of the palace kitchen. "Damn that bastard. Hey, take it easy. That's my private stash," the history teacher warned. "Dog, don't be such a stingy. You know, I don't have very much patience for your gender right now." Shayla was so wrapped in her anger that she continued to fill her glass, even after it began overflowing. "Hey, you have no idea what I went through to steal that from the kitchen, and you're watering along with it. That jerk. He ought to know how I feel," Shayla said, not having heard Mr. Fujisawa. She then grinned as she turned to him and said, "Come on. I won't drink alone. You shouldn't be drinking. You're underage." Shayla groaned in frustration and cried out, "Will you lay off? A priestess with man trouble can get tanked if she wants to." Mr. Fujisawa was about to say something else, but the look that the fire priestess gave him then made him reconsider. He shrugged and said, "Oh, what the hell?" He then chugged down the wine from the bottle. "Back on Earth. Go on. It's good to see you again," Ben said as he saw his friend and his brother come in for a landing. Each half-Saiyan had 2 Dragon Balls in their hands. Standing beside the Namek were Bulma, Vegeta and their daughter Bra. The Saiyan Prince had 2 of the Dragon Balls on the floor. They were all waiting for Goku to arrive with the 7th and final Dragon Ball. It wasn't going to be long before they would be able to call forth the Eternal Dragon. Meanwhile, in Elezard, things had gone from bad to worse to downright bleak as the Bugram forces, under the command of Jinai, continued to advance deep into Rashtarian territory. Cities, provinces and even countries fell by the dozens from the onslaught. With the news of the Eye of God being worthless without both Rashtarian princesses, morale had dropped to a new low among the allied nations, and the rumors of the Golden Champion returning were nothing more than false hopes, as nothing stopped the insect race from nearing the capital of Floristica. In the war room of the palace, Princess Rune became more apprehensive as her generals informed her that the Bugram had conquered the territory of Dorisland, which was only a mere 20 leagues from the outer borders of Rashtaria. They had now set up a stronghold in which they would launch their next offensive. Nearby, Trunks and his group could only watch on helplessly. Things got even more bleak as another messenger came in and told his ruler that Phantom Tribe had used the ensuing chaos to take control of the stairway to the sky. "What?" Everyone gasped as they began running out toward the observation deck. Rising on the platform within the stairway to the sky, Galus and Mahado were feeling smug. Their enemies were so busy fighting against each other that they had let the Phantom Tribe gain possession of the Elezard's ultimate weapon. When they arrived at the top of the tower, they walked over to where the scientists and their controlling apparatus were situated. In the heart of the machine stood Princess Fatora, being held up by some kind of repulsor field. The technicians activated the device, which caused Fatora to scream in pain as searing energy racked through her very being. "I don't understand. I thought you said that the Eye of God needed 2 princesses to control it," Trunks commented. Dr. Staldo nodded. "Yes, I did. However, it seems that the Phantom Tribe has somehow developed a means to overcome that problem. I see it all now. These chain of events were carefully manipulated from the start. Galus had Princess Fatora abducted and instilled the fear of the Bugram menace in the council members, to persuade the royal family and the great priestesses to unseal the Eye of God. Then they would seize control of it by using Princess Fatora. We were all duped by Galus' treachery." The group all looked up as a beam of energy lanced up from the stairway to the Eye of God. The massive machine began to throb with power as the main energy projector came online. Then huge bolts of ebony lanced out to form spheres of emptiness. Whatever these spheres touched would instantly be swallowed up into an inescapable limbo. Gallows laughed atop the platform as his plans for vengeance was about to come to fruition. He was now commanding the most powerful weapon in El Hazard. Nothing can stop him now. However, fate took a hand in thwarting his plans as Fatora slumped over and the machine she was in stopped. "What's wrong?" Mahvado demanded as the Eye of God stopped firing. The head technician sighed as he explained. "As we had explained before, we're not totally certain as to how to control the Eye of God. Launch the second device. It will take us an hour to set it up. We don't have the time. They'll be attacking us at any moment." Gallows frowned as he saw something approaching fast from the east. "Too late." Mahvado gasped when he saw her. Ifureta, the demon god, sped down and with one swing of her staff, obliterated all of the Phantom Tribe guards and technicians. She then leveled her staff at Gallows and his boy servant. However, the two made their escape by descending down the platform of the stairway to the sky. Ifureta simply disregarded them as unimportant as she approached the device that held the Princess Fatora. She gasped when she saw that her face was identical to Trunks, but she quickly composed herself. In an instant, she was flying toward Jinai's stronghold with a passenger. The Princess Fatora. The Palace of Floristica. "What happened out there?" Trunks inquired as he saw the Eye of God suddenly stop. "I do not know for certain, but I fear that a terrible blow has been struck against the Alliance," the royal advisor replied. "Jinai's fortress. I'll be damned. They could be twins," Jinai said as he looked into the cell which held Fatora. "Are you absolutely sure this is Princess Fatora?" "Yes," Ifureta answered as she too continued to gaze at her captive's face. Jinai then growled as comprehension clicked in his head. "GRR. I've got it. I finally got it. This is why that rodent Trunks was dressing like a drag queen. What a scam!" She began getting even more angry as she glared at her. "Just looking at that familiar face makes me go crazy. I get such violent tendencies. Then I want to do this, and that." One of the Bugwung tapped on his shoulder and tried to calm his commander down. Jinai shrugged off his arm and smiled. "Relax. I won't hurt her. Not so long as our little princess is an ace in the hole for us." An hour later, a small group of Bugwum with Jinai at the helm approached the borders of Floristica. The egomaniac spoke into a megaphone with his ultimatum. "Attention! I bring a message to Princess Rundiness of Roshdarea. I have captured Princess Fatora. If you want to see her alive, then you will surrender and bow down before me, a true ruler. P.S. Your ass is finally mine, Trunks." What fa 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 fa. Back on Earth, at Kami's lookout, the 7 Dragon Balls glowed as they were gathered in front of Dend. Behind him, The Z fighters, their friends and their families waited as the guardian of the earth prepared to summon Shenlong. "What a horrible fix we are in," Stallbo remarked as the council leaders, the three priestesses, Trunks and the others stood in the main audience hall with Rune Venus. "Princess, what are we to do?" Hans asked. Rune choked as she thought about the peril that her sibling was in. However, she was the ruler of a kingdom and the well-being of her subjects came before even her own family. In a faltering voice, she replied, "Surrender is an option that we can never make. You do realize that your sister's life will be sacrificed?" Hans reminded, "A fate the royal family must accept." Fatora is well aware of the duties of her station. Rune was trying with all her might not to cry. "Yes, Your Highness." The Dragon Balls flashed as Den intoned the words to summon the Eternal Dragon. A bright column of light exploded forth from the spheres, which curled and twisted as Shenlong appeared in all his scaly glory. The dragon of Earth had been modeled after the Chinese dragons of legend and was like a huge serpent with legs. "Choose your words wisely and I shall make two of your wishes that is within my power come true." Elezard. "I'm sorry, Princess Rune, but I don't agree." Everyone turned to look at the Scion as he stepped forward. Trunks took a deep breath. "With all due respect, Your Highness, you've got to speak from the heart. Does your gut feeling tell you to sacrifice your own flesh and blood for the country?" "No way. I can't let you do it. I'll find some way to bring your sister back alive. I swear." Shenlong. "We wish that Trunks be transported back to Earth from Elezard." Ben shouted. "It will take much of my power, but your wish is granted." "But Trunks, you're in no condition to face Ifurita and she's already kicked your Scion butt twice. If you face her again, you'll..." Nanami said in a choked tone. "I'll find some way to beat her. There's got to be a way and..." "What the..." It was then that Trunks began to fade away. "What's going on?" Shayla cried out. Trunks looked down at himself and realized at that moment what was happening. Mom and the others must be using the Dragon Balls on Earth to bring me back. However, too much at stake was happening. "No. Not now. Not now." Nanami and Shayla made a grab for Trunks while he was still semi-solid. On Earth, Shenlong felt his power being strained to its limits. His Elezard was so distant and his hold on Trunks was being interfered by others. Seeing that he was about to lose contact, he decided that as long as he brought Trunks back, it didn't matter who was with him. Nanami and Shayla were engulfed by Shenlong's power along with Trunks and vanished from that plane of reality. Trunks, Nanami and Shayla appeared in front of the crowds on Kami's lookout. There was a terrific cheer as a certain blue-haired woman rushed to embrace her returned offspring. "Trunks! Trunks! You're back!" The Scion team was nearly bowled over as Bulma put him into a bear hug that strained even his iron ribs. Mom. His sister Bra also came up to join in a group hug. Both Shayla and Nanami gasped when they heard him. "Mom!" She's his mother? Shayla gasped, then gasped again as she looked up and saw the eternal dragon. Whoa! What's that? She leapt back and had the lamp of fire ready. No! Don't! Trunks shouted as he tried to stop her. Fortunately, someone else flew down to land in front of her. Shayla halted as she didn't want to incinerate an innocent bystander. However, her strongest fire attack wouldn't have singed this particular person. Goku gave Shayla a whimsical smile. I wouldn't do that, if I were you. The eternal dragon can get really touchy at times. Meanwhile, back where Trunks was, as the crowds of friends and family gathered around him, Vegeta walked up to his son with a stern look on his face. You have a lot of explaining to do, son. Just what have you been doing? He looked at his son's bedraggled and injured appearance and was a bit disgusted that Trunks was in such a state. He had thought that his offspring was made of sterner stuff. Father, I know that you all deserve an explanation, but I can't right now. Why not? We have plenty of time. No, you don't understand. I have to go back to El-Hazard. What? Bulma said in total shock. Trunks, you can't be serious. Do you realize the trouble we went through to get the Dragon Balls? We were all worried sick about you. Everyone in the crowds nodded as Shayla and Nanami listened in on the conversation. Just what is so important in El-Hazard that you have to return to that place? Vegeta demanded. There's a great and terrible power called Ifureta, and she's under the command of some maniac. She'll destroy that world if she isn't stopped. And she's even more powerful than Cell ever was. There was a collective gasp as the Z-fighters all remembered the android Cell. If that's so, then you are certainly no match against such a being. Vegeta gestured to his son's injuries. Apparently, this Ifureta defeated you with ease. Trunks bit back on the memories of his previous encounters with the demon god and realized that it was time to swallow his pride and face facts. He bowed down his head and nodded with shame. Yes, Father. I wasn't prepared. Vegeta snorted with a smug look. So, after all the times I had reminded you to continue with your training, you finally had learned that lesson. The hard way. Perhaps I should thank this Ifureta for pounding some sense into you. Even so, I have to get back to El-Hazard. Millions of people will die or be enslaved. I gave my word that I'd save someone very important from Ifureta and that maniac Jinai. Absolutely not. Bulma cut him off. You're home now. Vegeta nodded. I'd have to agree with your mother. But Father, I gave my word. You told Enya yourself that the word of the royal family of the Saiyans was unbreakable. Vegeta felt a pang of guilt as he remembered the sacrifice that his own father had to make when he promised his son to Frieza. However, he hardened his heart to his son's pleas. What you say is true. However, how do you intend to keep your promise? You couldn't defeat this Ifureta, and if you were to return to face her again to save this person, then you will die. I can beat her. I know I can. I just need more time, and it was then that Trunks realized that he did have the means to gain the necessary power to beat the demon god. A desperate plan formed in the youth's mind as he glanced toward a certain door. He then whirled about to face Shenlong. Since everyone had been listening in on the discussion between Trunks and his family, they had forgotten that the Eternal Dragon was still waiting to grant the second wish. Without even thinking, the son of Vegeta made an impetuous wish. Shenlong, I wish that in 50 hours, Nanami, Shayla and myself will be transported back to El-Ezard a few seconds after we left it. Your wish is granted. Everyone was in a state of utter disbelief as they heard the wish. The dragon faded from view as the Dragon Balls rose into the heavens before scattering to the ends of the earth. Trunks. Why? Bulma gasped as she realized that she would again lose her son. Trunks took a deep breath as he began filling in the others on his adventures in El-Ezard. Mom, Father, everybody, I'd like you to meet my classmate, Nanami Jinna, and the Fire Priestess of Mount Muldoon, Shayla. 30 minutes later. And that's just about the whole story and why I have to go back. Trunks finished. He had purposely left out the fact that he had to dress up like a girl. A very amusing tale, son, Vegeta said. However, that still does not explain that wish you made to the Eternal Dragon. Just what do you expect to accomplish in 2 days? Trunks took on a very serious expression as he replied. You were right in saying that I needed to continue my training, even in times of peace. A true Saiyan warrior must always be prepared. If Yurika overwhelmed me by her greater power and experience, and I need to train in order to beat her, you don't expect me to believe that you'll be able to gain enough power to defeat this Yurika with just 2 days worth of training, now do you? If she truly is more powerful than so, then 2 days is nowhere near enough. I will be strong enough. If I were to train for 2 days in there. Trunks then pointed to a wooden door to a small building. Comprehension dawned on the Z-fighters as Mr. Popo realized what he intended to do. Oh my! He intends to train in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Hyperbolic Time Chamber? What's that? Nanami asked. Gohan nodded as he remembered his experience in that room. That chamber is kind of like an accelerated timeline. A person can spend an entire year in it, but only 1 day will only pass in the real world. We used it to train against Cell. Yes. Mr. Popo nodded. And the maximum that anyone can spend in it is 48 hours. Any longer and the door to the real world would be closed forever. And the environment inside is quite intense. Vegeta smiled as he saw the determination in Trunks' eyes. His son was finally living up to the spirit of the Saiyan race. Bulma began protesting. Trunks, you can't do this. Let him do it. Everyone turned to Vegeta after they heard him. What? What are you talking about? Bulma demanded. I said, let him do it. But, be quiet. It's not as if we can stop him now. You heard him make that wish. In 2 days, he will be transported back to El Hazard, and he will have to face Ithuriela. It would be better for him to undergo the training or he will not survive the battle. In his current condition, even that fool Mr. Satan can beat him. He turned to his son and addressed him in a stern voice. If this is the only way that you will take your training seriously, then so be it. However, I expect you to be a true Saiyan when you come out of that room. Yes, Father. I will make you proud of me. Can't we ask the dragon to reverse the wish? Bulma said desperately. Piccolo shook his head. No, Bulma. By now, the Dragon Balls have been scattered all over the earth and turned into ordinary stones. So that means that it will take a whole year before we can use them again. Goku added. That means that we won't see you again for an entire year. Bulma sobbed. A small price to pay for Trunks to become a true Saiyan. Vegeta commented as he showed no tender feelings or signs of regret. On one side, Shayla made a comment to Nanami. What is with this guy? Is he really Trunks' father? Nanami was still in a state of disbelief after witnessing the Eternal Dragon talking to two green guys from outer space, and meeting up with the other Z-fighters. Bulma began crying even harder as she embraced her son. Oh Trunks, I'm going to miss you so much. Trunks returned the embrace as nodded. I'm going to miss all of you too, but this is something that I have to do. It was then that his mother broke the embrace and said, Wait a minute. You asked for 50 hours, right? Yeah. I was hoping to get in a little bit of extra time to spend with all of you after my training and... Wait right here, son. Don't go into that chamber until I get back. She ran over to where Goku was. Goku, I need you to use your instant transmission and get me to the Capsule Corporation now. The hero of the earth shrugged as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Sure, Bulma. He placed 2 fingers to his forehead and the two of them vanished. 30 minutes later. I'm afraid that I can't wait for Mom anymore. Trunks said as he was about to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. He was fully healed after receiving a senzu bean from Korin. However, just as he followed Mr. Popo to the door of the time chamber, Goku and Bulma reappeared beside them. Hold it there, Trunks. Bulma said as she had a large duffel bag on her shoulder. I'm coming in there with you. Mom. You can't be serious. What do you think you are doing, woman? Vegeta said. Our son is going to undergo some very serious training. This is no place for... Oh hush. Bulma said, cutting him off. I know that Trunks has to do this, but he's not going to do it alone. I'm not going to see him again for a whole year, so I'm going to spend the next 2 with him. But Mom. Bulma turned to address her son. Don't worry, son. I know that you have to train hard to beat Ithuriela, so I brought along some equipment that can help. She held up the duffel bag, which contained several capsules, one of which contained variable controlled weights and a gravity field modulator. What do you know about training? Vegeta demanded. Plenty. Bulma retorted. My father had built the gravity room that you use, and Goku filled me in on how he and Gohan had trained for the Cell Games. Trunks is going to be plenty strong when he comes out of that room. Besides, it's not like you can go in with him. You already used up your 48 hours during the Cell Games. I'm the one who's going to help Trunks train, and that's final. Bulma's expression was so fierce that even Vegeta hesitated. He saw the fire in her eyes and remembered why he had married her. He gave them a very slight nod and stepped aside. Trunks knew when he had to accept things and nodded as he and his mother were led into the time chamber by Mr. Popo. 2 days later, Nanami and Shayla were both on edge as they waited with the others at the door to the time chamber. They had spent the last 2 days at the Capsule Corp, and Jinai's sister had shown an Ostrich Fire Priestess the wonders of her world. Shayla had especially become interested in a place called the Mall, and the use of a magical item known as a credit card. However, through it all, they still thought about Trunks and how much he would be changed in 2 years. They would constantly ask the Z-Fighters about Trunks' progress, and hoped that his training would be enough to take on Ithurida when they returned to El Hazard. Vegeta stood by with his daughter Bra as his senses began picking up an incredible amount of power emanating within the hyperbolic time chamber. The others also began picking up the energy being produced. Do you feel that? Krillin asked as he, his daughter Marin and his wife 18 stood together. Piccolo nodded. Incredible. It's Trunks. He's even stronger than Gohan was when he thought so. Gohan nodded as he, Videl and Pan stood together. He's certainly improved a lot since he went in there. All right. Bulma did it, Goku said. Beside him, his son Goten had become a bit nervous and made a silent note to start training hard. Otherwise, his friend would pound him flat during their next sparring session. Vegeta showed no signs of emotion as he waited for the door to open. Slowly, but surely, the portal opened, and out stepped Trunks and Bulma. Nanami and Shayla gasped as they took in the change that Trunks had underwent. He was much harder looking and his hair was longer. He was a bit taller with more muscle definition. Much of his hair was tied back into a loose tail. His clothes were torn and rumpled. He looked like future Trunks when he had emerged from the chamber all those years ago. But with one difference. This Trunks was already transformed as a Super Saiyan and was far more powerful. Trunks? Is that you? Nanami gasped. The half Saiyan nodded as he spoke in a slightly lower tone. Yeah, it's me. Oh, I'm 19 now. Shayla perked up at this. He's my age now. Bulma had also changed a bit as her hair was down to her waist. She had a few more lines near the corners of her eyes, but she still carried herself with pride as she stood beside her son. Vegeta nodded as he stood before his offspring and said, "Show me your power, boy." He then triggered his transformation to a Super Saiyan. Trunks nodded as he let loose with his ki. The entire air was covered by a near-blinding, golden light as Kami's lookout began to shake, rattle and roll. Some of the Z fighters, along with Shayla and Nanami, were knocked off their feet and were pushed toward the edge of the platform. Fortunately, Piccolo and Goku grabbed hold of them and held them tightly before they fell off. As the rest, they could already fly, and after they were pushed off, they simply levitated and hovered high above the lookout. However, it was a struggle to keep aloft and hold their position as the father and son continued to amp it up. Vegeta had been training hard since the Cell Games and the Majin Buu incident. Combined with Trunks' new power level, the shockwaves of their energy output was felt across the world as two Super Saiyans let loose with ki. Cities and countries rocked as worldwide tremors were felt all over. It was fortunate that they were not on Earth, for their energies would have split open the planet's outer crust. Goku smiled as he assessed the power levels both were emitting. Well, it looks like Vegeta is still at the top of his game, but I can see that Trunks has radically improved since I last saw him. I can tell that both of them aren't even letting loose with even 1/4 of their full power. Bulma held on tight to a nearby railing and continued to watch her son. She had been so proud of his progress. Like Goku and Gohan, Bulma had decided that Trunks should train as a Super Saiyan and get used to staying in that form for long periods of time. Once he was able to transform without any strain, he was then put through more intense training, starting with 600 times the force of normal gravity, using the portable gravity field modulator she had brought with her. By the time the 2 years were over, Trunks was working out at 1,000 times gravity. She also had him put on the variable control weights to his limbs, adding more tons every month. She increased his speed by having him dodge high-speed lasers and homing torpedoes. Through it all, Bulma still maintained her motherly side and showed that no matter what happened, she would always love him. She also assured him that though his father never admitted it openly, he felt the same way. By the time they had exited the hyperbolic time chamber, all of the training equipment had been either destroyed or burned out, but the end result had been achieved. As one final test, Vegeta glared at his son and gestured up with a finger before taking off into the sky. Trunks followed an instant later, causing Kami's lookout to shudder like the launching pad of the space shuttle. The two began to duke it out in the air, trading blows at hypersonic speeds. Shayla and Nanami couldn't even follow them as they could only see slight distortions and flashes of golden light. "What's going on?" Shayla gasped. "Where'd they go?" Once Kami's lookout had stopped shaking, Bulma walked up to the pair and handed them 2 scouters from her duffel bag. "They're moving too fast for normal eyes to follow. Here, I've modified these scouters so you can be able to track them better." She then fitted another scouter over her eye and ear and showed them how they worked. Viewing the fight through the devices, both girls could hardly believe it as they saw Vegeta and Trunks go at it like maddened wasps. Even with the scouters, they could only catch a little more of the fight as the 2 Saiyans blurred in and out. They caught a glimpse of Vegeta landing a hard right cross to Trunks' chin. A nanosecond later, They saw Trunks deliver a kick to his father's midsection. Back and forth they blurred, sometimes blinding the spectators with flashes of ki. Eventually, the two reappeared, both hovering some 100 feet across from each other. Vegeta then launched a massive beam at his son, one that would have destroyed a continent on Earth. However, his son countered with his own, and the two attacks hit head-on, releasing an enormous flare of light as they cancelled each other out. At that moment, the two rocketed toward each other. KBOM. Vegeta's fist connected with his son's chin, just as Trunks' kick slammed into his father's abdomen. Everything seemed to slow down as the two flipped down to land on the platform of Kami's lookout. The two stood in neutral stances, staring each other down. Everyone held their breath and waited. Then, the Prince of the Saiyans gave his son a small smile. I suppose that was good enough of a warm-up for your fight with Ifureta. Your mother did a fair job of training you. But then again, I wasn't even using 1/10 of my power. Trunks returned the smile. Well, neither was I fair. Bulma exclaimed with indignity. I'll have you know that I did a great job. On the sidelines, Nanami and Shayla were in a state of shock again. Fair? Nanami whispered. Warm up? Shayla gasped. That was only 1/10. Both said at the same time. A few minutes before the 50-hour deadline, Trunks was now dressed in Saiyan combat armor that his mother had made for him as he, Shayla and Nanami prepared to head back to El Hazard. His hair had been trimmed back to its usual length and style. He had also received more than 5 years of supplies in capsules from his mother, which included a couple of self-maintained vehicles, some specially designed scouters, a capsule house and enough food and clothing to maintain a platoon for a decade. With the way Trunks eats, that would last for about a year and a half. He began saying goodbye to his friends and family. I hope to see you again, real soon. Goten said as he took his childhood friend off to one side. You know, you could ask the Namex to use their Dragon Balls, Trunks suggested. Goten shook his head. Your mother already thought of that. Then got in touch with King Kai and he told her that the Namex needed them to bring back the last of their people that Vegeta killed. You know that Porunga can only bring back one person for every wish and there's a time limit as to how long a person can be dead before even he is beyond its power. I see. So I guess I'm going to be in El Hazard for a full year. Hey, it isn't so bad. We'll see each other again. Yeah. But I hope you start training, 'cause I'm going to kick your butt next time. Goten winced as he knew that Trunks was right. He had better start training harder for the next time they would meet. He then changed the subject. By the way, which one of those babes are you dating? Huh? So come on, Trunks. Spill the beans. Is it that cute Nanami or that hot Shayla? Trunks smiled as he asked. Let me guess. They shot you down, while I was in that time chamber, right? Goten's cheeks reddened. Let's not get into that, alright? He still had a slight burn after the fire priestess had flash frighted him when he tried to hit on her. Nearby, Bulma was trying to get some information from the two girls in question. "So which one of you is my son's girlfriend?" Both girls stiffened and their cheeks reddened at the casual question, then shook their heads in denial. "We're just friends, that's all," Shayla said quickly. "Yeah, we haven't had time for that kind of stuff," Nanami added. Bulma didn't buy it for a minute and was happy that her son had this kind of effect on the ladies. As Trunks faced the people he knew and loved one final time, he was approached by Korin, who handed him a small pouch. "Here. There's about 50 cents of beans in there. That should hold you until you get back to us." "Thanks, Korin." Trunks placed the pouch into his duffel bag and then turned to face his father. Vegeta stared at his son for a long time, then said gruffly, "Remember, son, the blood of a Saiyan flows strongly in your veins. You carry with you not only the pride of the royal family, but also that of our entire race. Never forget your heritage." "Yes, father, I won't forget." Vegeta then lashed out and placed a hand on Trunks' chest. Releasing a concentrated amount of energy, he burned a specific pattern into the left side of the breastplate. When he removed his hand, his son looked down at the sun symbol that was now inscribed on his armor. "What? That is the crest of the royal family. I hereby acknowledge you as my heir." Without another word, his father walked off to stand with the others. Trunks was left speechless. His father had never shown him this kind of attention before, and though he still was as tight-lipped as ever, the half-Saiyan felt a great sense of pride in the act. At that moment, Bulma, Shayla and Nanami approached him. His mother handed him a capsule as she embraced him one final time. "Here, Trunks. I think that this might come in handy." Trunks pressed the top of the capsule. "Phew!" He gasped as he saw the object materialize in his hands. "It's my sword." Bulma shook her head. "Actually, it's the sword that your future self left behind. I had it reforged and strengthened with the best alloys I could get. You'll find that it's much stronger than the one you made in shop class. I know that he would have liked you to have it." Trunks smiled as he pulled the sword slightly from its scabbard, then clicked it back into place before slinging over his back. "Thanks, Mom." Tears began flow as Bulma smiled up at her offspring. "You've grown so much. I'm going to miss you for the next year. It's too bad that none of us can go with you." "I'm sorry, Mom. I guess that if I had thought about it a bit more, I would have wished the dragon to send us all to El Hazard. But this is something that I have to do. I promised Princess Rune that I'd save her sister, and that's what I'm going to do. And I have to face Ifureta. Take care, Trunks." Bulma sobbed as she embraced him for one last time. At that moment, the time limit had expired and the Saiyan began to fade away. Shayla and Nanami also disappeared from view as they waved goodbye. Then, all was silent as the Z-fighters gazed at where their friend and loved one had vanished. Off to one side, Vegeta had his back turned, and a slight bit of moisture rolled down a cheek. "That's my boy." At that moment, everyone became startled as they felt the presence of someone approaching Kami's lookout. They all turned to see someone land on the edge and gasped. End of the 6th Night. Author's notes. Whoa! Long chapter, but now I'm in the home stretch. Now I seem to have made some die-hard Dragon Ball fans unhappy with my version of Dragon Ball, so let me clear things up and answer some questions before moving on to the final chapter. 1. Trunks' sword. A lot of people have been saying that present-day Trunks had received his sword from Typhon during the 12th Dragon Ball Z movie. Or was it the 14th? In any case, I really don't think much of the movies as they are horribly inaccurate with the regular timeline. The only times I ever seen the characters refer to the movies was during the Garlic Jr. saga and the appearance of General Tao. In the manga, they're not even mentioned. World's Strongest and Tree of Might are other examples. When did those events occur in the regular timeline? Goku could do the Kaioken at level 10, but I thought he only learned how to do it during his trip to Namek, and after Namek, he became a Super Saiyan. If those movies occurred after that series, then couldn't Goku have transformed and kicked the bad guy's butt? As for Trunks' sword, I simply made up a plausible reason of how he got it during Dragon Ball Z. Future Trunks had left his sword behind, so Trunks simply had it analyzed and sneaked some super strong alloys into school for his metal shop project. Simple. Northeast. 2. The Saiyan tail. Fans maintain that all Saiyans are born with tails and that Trunks and Goten had theirs cut off at birth to prevent them from changing into giant apes. Sorry, but that does not work for me because of several reasons. First of all, the storyline makes no mention whatsoever that Trunks and Goten were even born with tails. How does one know that they had them? Secondly, being a biology major, I do know that since Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Pan and Bra are not pure Saiyans, hybrids, their biological makeup makes them more subject to genetic chance. Heck, Trunks was born with light, purple hair, and fans maintain that all Saiyans had dark hair. Thirdly, even if Trunks had been born with a tail and had it cut off, wouldn't it have grown back? Gohan and Goku's did several times during their childhoods. In any case, in this story, Trunks had not been born with a tail, so that's that. 3. The Scouter. True enough, that certain beings can hide their power levels and fool the Scouter, but it can only read the level in which the being is currently emitting. Furthermore, the Scouter can detect a synthetic life form while key senses cannot. The Z-Fighters had a hard time trying to find androids 19 and 20. They could have used the Scouters then. In Dragon Ball Z, if your AIDA can be considered as 100% artificial, like Android 16, 19 and 20, so having a Scouter would be full to measure. Furthermore, the modified Scouters that Bulma had created will prove to be very full in the final chapter. 4. Translations. Personally, I don't really care if an anime or manga is subtitled or dubbed, as I care more for the story itself. It's easier for me to write from the English language versions, since they are easier to get a hold of. There are some anime that I preferred to have remained subtitled, like The Irresponsible Captain Claire. Crispin Freeman was a bad choice for Claire, but in the long run, if it's good, then who really cares? I watch anime because I enjoy it, and that's what inspires me to write fan fictions. 5. My writing style. As I had mentioned in my previous web pages, I go my own way in writing my stories, and I do not depend much on the original scripts. I find that writing too close to the original is too constricting, and it doesn't leave much to the imagination. I prefer alternate reality stories, and you can think of Dragon Ball Z as like that. I simply used the end of the Majin Buu series for a basis and went from there. In this universe, Gohan isn't as strong as people say he was because he spent more time studying than training. Trunks and Goten have lived in peace, so they aren't as strong as they should be, etc. When people read my fanfics, they should have learned by now that I won't follow the original word for word. If an idea seems like a good idea, then I use it. That's what fanfic writing is all about. There are no rules except for the ones that the writer puts upon himself/herself. So don't be too worried that my stories go off track. They're supposed to do that. I'm only writing to enjoy myself and entertain my readers, that's all. In any case, the final chapter of the Dragon Ball/L fusion is up as Trunks faces off against Ifureta for the final time. Next on Dragon Ball Z, the 7th Knight, Champion of Gold. Less than PNG border equals 0, height equals 1, src equals z6_files/visit.gif, width equals 1 greater than asterisk chapter 7 asterisk, the 7th Knight Champion of Gold Dragon Ball Z by Hanyanai Medic disclaimer. This has got to be the fastest story I have ever posted, and the third one that I finished. So I guess it deserves a proper disclaimer. Well, I can't think of one at the moment, but I know that this story deserves one. Thoughts: the 7th Knight Champion of Gold Lizard. Rune Venus and the rest of her court gasped when they saw Trunks. Nanami and Shayla suddenly vanished from sight. For a moment, there was silence as everyone was too shocked to speak or move. Then, as suddenly as they disappeared, the two women and the son of Vegeta reappeared in the throne room. Mr. Fujisawa let off a startled sound as he saw his students, and then everyone's eyes turned to the youth who was dressed in full Saiyan battle gear, with a replica of his broken sword strapped to his back. Trunks looked harder, and that innocent look that he once carried was gone. He was serious. Dead serious. He was a bit taller and seemed older, like a warrior that had been seasoned by numerous battles. In a way, he was, after spending 2 days in the hyperbolic time chamber, which was the equivalent of 2 years, for 24 long months with no one but his mother Bulma to keep him company. Trunks had endured heavy gravitational forces, incredibly thick atmosphere, and temperature extremes that would have broiled or frozen an ordinary person in seconds. Then there were the training exercises that his mother had put him through. He had spent long hours dodging lasers, missiles, and battling several waves of warbots, all under the influence of the portable gravity wave generator. He had no idea that Bulma could have shrunk all those things into those capsules, but she did. And his mother had proven to be as hard a taskmaster as his father. However, the training had its desired results. Trunks no longer had to strain to transform into a Super Saiyan. He had spent the majority of his training sessions in his enhanced form, and now it was almost second nature to him. Like Goku and Gohan had done during the Cell Games, Trunks had built up his body to battle as a Super Saiyan for long periods of time, and it had more than enough power to match Ifura's level. And if he needed to, he could power up to the next level to overcome whatever Ifura could throw at him. Physically, he was ready. Mentally, however, he still had his doubts. Ever since he had merged with the demon god's mind, he had been getting these strange sensations. He felt something that he couldn't explain, and it scared him a bit. He couldn't get the image of her face out of his mind, no matter how hard he tried. He wondered why he was feeling so unsure about destroying her, though he couldn't think of any other way. He felt torn. He had seen the sadness in her soul. But she wasn't even real, so she couldn't have a soul. Could she? No. He was being foolish. Ifura had been created to destroy, to kill. She was a weapon, plain and simple. She didn't have a heart. She said so herself. She wasn't like Krillin's wife, 18. Number 18 had started out as a human being before Dr. Gero had changed her. However, she proved that she was still human inside and even gave birth to a daughter. Ifura had been built from scratch, and it would be a terrible mistake for Trunks to even think of her as anything else. Such thoughts could get him killed, and he would have to give it his all to beat her. That was the reason why he trained so hard in the time chamber. End of discussion. Or was it Trunks? Shayla? Nanami? What happened? His sensei's words brought the young half-Saiyan back to reality as he gave his teacher a nod. It's okay, Sensei. Shayla, Nanami and I just went on a little side trip. I'll say. We were back on Earth, Nanami remarked as she addressed her teacher and the others with excitement. You wouldn't believe what was waiting for us there. There were these two green guys that looked like Martians, a little black guy in a turban, some other guys who were like Trunks, a talking cat that grew these magic beans, and this big dragon. Trunks held up a hand to Jinai's sister, cutting her off. We'll have time to explain it all later, Nanami. He then turned to address Princess Rune. Your Highness, as I had said before, I will save your sister and bring her back to you. I swear by the blood of the Saiyan royal family that Futura will be returned safely. This caught Rune's attention. Are you saying that you have royal birth? The young warrior sighed and nodded. I am Trunks, son of Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans. I see. Rune said with some awe as she gazed at the youth in armor. But what of the demon god Ifureta? Trunks took a stance and said in a determined tone, I will deal with her. At that moment, he triggered his transformation and became a Super Saiyan. Bofa, Ms. Masamikai and Olyili had seen the transformation before. They were still in awe at the sight as Trunks began emitting incredible power and his hair turned gold. For Alon's, Stallbo and especially Rune Venus, it was like witnessing a god. Rune could only gasp at the sight. In a very quiet whisper, the princess breathed out the last words of the prophecy. Top, 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 and the golden champion shall return to save us all. Trunks powered down his energy, but remained in his Super Saiyan form as he addressed the priestesses and his friends. You don't have to come with me. I'll save Futora myself. And Fujisawa shook his head as he stepped up and said, Sorry Trunks, but you're going to have to count me in. Masamikai Fujisawa am always ready to save a damsel in distress. Shayla nodded as she said, I wouldn't miss this for the world. I'm going to. It's a matter of pride. I'm going. Ufa said. Ms. giggled a bit as she snuggled up to her man. Masamikai. My last job, before I become a housewife. Nanami nodded as she said, I'm going to. Same here. Olyili said. However, Mr. Fujisawa placed one hand on each of their heads and said, You two are staying put this time. Safe. Nanami turned to protest, but she could see that her sensei wasn't going to change his mind. She then gave him a pleading look. Mr. Fujisawa, my brother is to blame for all this, so when you see him, promise to me that you'll kick his sorry butt. Princess Rune and the rest of her royal court stood on the balcony as they watched the cruiser take off to where the Bugram had set up a stronghold and were holding her sister captive. Our hopes and futures now depend on those brave souls, Dr. Stallbo remarked as the ship headed off into the distance as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Trunks was deep in thought as he stood on the deck of the ship. He had decided to conserve energy and had reverted back to his normal form. At his side sat Yura. Though he didn't need the cat to act as his armor, since he now wore Saiyan combat gear, Yura still insisted on coming with her new master. It was then that Shayla spoke to him. Are you going to be alright this time, Trunks? Huh? She will be there. Ifureta. I know. Trunks replied as he mentally prepared to face off against the demon god. Just on the border of Rashtaria's outermost territories. That is the Bugram stronghold. Ufa stated as she plumped to the huge, hive-like structure that was in the distance. The group was now situated on a ridge that overlooked a large expanse of rocky terrain. Shayla's temper, along with her flames, started to flare. Gr, how dare those filthy bugs build that thing in Rashtaria's front yard? Well, I could just blast that thing to rubble, but Trunks began. But we came here to save Princess Futora. Ufa finished. Without her, The eye of God cannot be controlled. Right. So how do you think we should go about getting in there? That's going to be tricky. Afa held a hand to her chin in thought. At that point, Miss kneeled down and placed her hand on the ground. The lamp of water glowed on her finger as she focused her power. I can sense an underground river running beneath us, and it seems to run directly under the fortress. Shayla smiled as she nodded. Looks like we've found our way in. Trunks nodded as well while turning to his teacher. So how's your alcohol level? Fujisawa smirked as he gestured to himself with his thumb. Don't worry about me, kiddo. I'm as dry as a desert. Good, so are we already? Hold on a minute. The sober sensei took out his pack and extracted the last of his cigarettes. I've been saving my last cigarette for such an occasion. Just as he reached for his lighter, Shayla held up a thumb and lit the cigarette with a spark. Mr. Fujisawa smirked as he said to the fire priestess, "Well, that's handy." A minute later, after taking several long puffs, he extinguished the cigarette and said, "Okay, let's do it." KBOM. The Bugwum were taken by surprise as a section of their outer defense walls was blown apart by a combination of fire and wind. When the dust cleared, two priestesses of Mount Muldoon stood at the opening they had just made. "You don't have to do this, Afa." The Wind Priestess shrugged as she replied, "We've fought together this long. We might as well go the distance. And besides, I still have to thank Trunks for saving my life with those beams of his." The Fire Priestess didn't like the way that sounded. "Hey, Trunks is mine. We'll see," Afa said with a smirk as she gestured toward the attacking Bugwum forces. As the two were keeping the majority of the Bugwum forces busy, Ms. Fujisawa, Yura and Trunks were traveling in a large bubble of air deep below the surface. By my calculations, we should be directly below the fortress, the Water Priestess stated as she focused her powers to maintain the bubble. "All right, here we go." The three people and one cat appeared in a water geyser inside the center of the fortress. At that moment, Yura began sniffing about, then began running off down a corridor. "What is it, Yura? Do you smell the princess?" Trunks asked as he began going after her. "Yeah, I forgot. She used to be Fatora's pet," Fujisawa exclaimed as he and Miss followed them. "This way! This way!" Yura said as she began leading them toward her former mistress. Just as they turned the corner, a huge Bugwum suddenly leapt out from the shadows. WHOMP. One casual swat from Trunks sent the insects flying. However, more Bugwum began appearing from all directions, and in such limited spaces, Trunks couldn't cut loose with any energy blasts without hurting Miz or his sensei. "Trunks, you go on ahead," Fujisawa shouted as he began manhandling another of the giant insects. "But don't worry about us. Go save Fatora," Miz added as she stood by her fiancé. Trunks took a deep breath and nodded as he continued to follow Yura down a passageway, knocking down his attackers like bowling pins. Back at the other corridor, Miz and Moss Mike shared a quiet moment as they looked into each other's eyes. You want to kiss me? Miz said with hope. Mumber, Fujisawa replied. HMPF. Miz became irritated. Sorry, but I'm a little too busy to think of romance right now. Trunks Sensei said as he crushed another Bugrum skull. A few minutes later, Trunks and Yura came to a large, dark chamber that had a cage situated in the middle. Both he and the cat stopped when they came to the enclosure. The son of Vishnu then peered into the cage and saw a female's version of himself. Fatora was still unconscious and was laying off to one side. However, there was enough light for Trunks to compare her features to his own. Her face was somewhat softer and her hair was brown and longer, but he could still see himself in her. Whoa! She really does look like me. Trunks let off a low whistle. He then shook his head to clear it, and prepared to smash open the cage. It was then that he heard a noise and whirled about. That was when he saw her standing at the doorway. Ifurata, how foolish of you to come, the demon god said as she leveled her staff at him. Yura instantly leapt up and wrapped herself around her master's chest, though he was already wearing armor. Trunks, however, wasn't going to back down. Not then, not now, not ever. However, there was still a small part of him that told him that Ifurata could be changed. He just had to give one final try. Ifurata, we don't have to do this. I must. Ifurata replied in a shaky voice as she took aim. Please, don't do it. I don't want to have to destroy you. At that point, Trunks began to power up while taking a stance. At that moment, they both heard Jinai's maniacal laugh as he appeared from behind a pedestal. Jinai, Trunks said with venom. Naname's brother smirked at his rival and nodded. I just knew that a hero type like you would come. And you've been waiting for me this whole time, eh? Trunks replied with a growl. He had been so preoccupied with saving Fatora and confronting Ifurata, he hadn't sensed Jinai hiding nearby. Yes, Jinai said with a smug grin. I have been waiting for you. A very long time. I have been waiting for this moment, just so you could witness my moment of ultimate triumph. How exciting! Trunks said with sarcasm. You were a worthy opponent, Trunks. I'll never forget this moment. It was then that the egomaniac took on a sentimental expression, then changed back to his usual self as he plumped to him. Blow him away Ifurata. Don't do it. Trunks countered firmly. There was a long pause as the demon god stood like a statue. Jinai then looked at his weapon with surprise. Huh? Well, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear me? I said kill him. You don't have to listen to a raving lunatic, Ifurata. Trunks called out. Who are you calling a lunatic? Jinai then calmed down and ordered his servant. Please hurry up and finish him, Ifurata. The demon god's hands trembled as power began to build at the point of her weapon. I must obey the master of the staff. Trunks gritted his teeth. There was no turning back now. Yura! Get off me, now! The cat shook her head, even though she knew that she wouldn't be able to withstand the blast. No! Protect Trunks. I'm so sorry, Yura, but you have to get off. Trunks then powered up to Super Saiyan status. The sudden outburst of energy was too much for the living armor, and Yura was forced to release her hold on him. In that instant, Ifureta fired. At the same time, he fired off a counterblast. The two attacks met head-on, causing the entire chamber to be bathed in light. KBOM. Both Ifra and Shayla had just finished the last of the Bugram sentries when they heard the explosion. They looked up as twin flares of golden light erupted out of the Bugram fortress like a pair of Patriot missiles. The two lights then began darting at each other and letting loose with energy bolts. Shayla and Ifra stared up into the sky, trying to follow the two combatants, but they couldn't catch their movements. They were like two angry fireflies. I can't keep up with them. How about you, Shayla? Ifra asked. The red-haired priestess shook her head. She couldn't follow them either. Then she remembered the device that she had used on Earth and that she still had it. She took it out of the holster that she usually carried her lamp of fire in, hooking it over her right ear and swinging the lens over her right eye. She then pressed the button to activate it. What is that, Shayla? A thing that Trunks' mother called a scouter. Trunks and Ifureta are moving too fast for normal eyes. Bulma showed me how to use this. This device will help me follow their movements. Shayla gasped as she read the energy measurements on the readout. Nanami had taught her how to read Earth numbers during her stay on her world. Whoa! Those two are really going at it. Just look at those power readings. Trunks is as strong as Ifureta now. No. Wait. What? What is it? Ifra asked eagerly. He's stronger than Ifureta. Ifureta was finding out that this was not the same Super Saiyan that she had trounced twice before. Trunks was faster, far faster than she had remembered, and a lot stronger. She launched several Destructo Discs at her opponent, but the young half-breed dodged each one with such speed that he left after images of himself. She then tried a Kamehameha, but Trunks deflected it as if he was swatting a fly. Then the son of Vegeta charged in and began throwing punches and kicks. The demon god found herself hard-pressed to block or evade the blows as they came in hard and fast. Every hit she defended against impacted with increasing force. She couldn't understand it. Trunks had never been this formidable. How could he have such power in so little time? However, she was the demon god and could adapt to any opponent. If Trunks had more power now, then she would simply up her level as well. She began glowing with even more energy, forcing back the young Super Saiyan with her staff, connecting several times. Trunks gritted his teeth as he took the hits and returned them with interest. Since he was wearing gloves, his hands never made contact with Ifureta and his special power did not interface with her mind. Trunks knew that would have been a distraction to him. As of now, Ifureta was the enemy and must be destroyed, no matter what kind of feelings he had for her. As a few more strikes of her staff hit home, Trunks then pulled out his sword and countered the next swing that was coming toward his head. He started thrusting and slicing with his new blade, nicking Ifureta several times in the arms, legs and waist. The two exchanged several hundred strokes in the blink of an eye, but neither one backed down. Ifureta found herself being slowly overpowered as Trunks continued to increase his energy output with every passing second. Though she could duplicate the powers and abilities of her adversary, even she had her limits. Powering up to the level of Super Saiyan required tremendous amounts of energy, and Trunks was steadily exceeding that level. She was reaching the breaking point, in which her opponent's power would be beyond her capacity to duplicate. Trunks kept all emotions out of his mind as he continued to press the attack. He forced himself to ignore the pain he was causing to her as his sword continued to cut into her. He could feel her energy level dropping with every blow. Though she was still strong enough to level a continent, Trunks was wearing her down, slowly but surely. The son of Vegeta hated this. He had thought he was ready for this battle when he emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. He had no doubts at that time. However, as he was forcing her back, he felt a part of himself being beaten down with her. He had merged with her mind, seen the very depths of her being. He knew her, felt her very being when he came into contact with her. And now, he had to destroy her. The two broke apart and hovered several hundred feet in the air. At that point, Trunks was breathing hard from the intensity of their fight, but he knew that he had the upper hand. But Ifureta would not give up. She was still obeying the master of the staff. It looked like that Trunks would have to up the ante. His aura began flaring like a sunburst as he began taking his abilities to the next level. Holy shit! Shayla gasped as she watched the power readings on her scouter rise. It had been a good thing that both combatants were in the air. Otherwise the entire landscape would have been reduced to a wasteland. Even so, the energy that was being emitted was causing everything to tremble and shake. Tiny rocks started floating up into the air as the ground cracked and vibrated. "What's going on now?" Ifra demanded. "It's Trunks. His power levels skyrocketing. He and Ifureta were both at 10 billion, but hers is dropping and Trunks is now." Shayla shook her head as she read the readings. 11 billion, 12 billion, 15 billion, 17 billion 500 million, 20 billion. FZZZZD. Bang. YHHHH. Even though Bulma had improved on Vegeta's old scouters, so that they could measure higher power levels, the energy that Trunks was projecting still overloaded it. Ow! Damn! Shayla winced as she removed the smoking piece of equipment and tossed it away. What happened? Trunks' power level is too high for the scouter to read. I'd say that. He's now even more powerful than a demon god. Ifureta didn't even see him coming as he suddenly blurred from view and reappeared behind her. Wham! A kick to her back sent her flying forward. WHABOM. Trunks suddenly appeared in her path and sent another kick to her midsection, knocking her back. The demon god turned to try and brace herself for when Trunks would appear again, but it was not fast enough. In a heartbeat, the Super Saiyan appeared above her and slammed a fist into her face. That really made Trunks uncomfortable as he continued to press the attack. More and more of his blows were landing. Ifureta couldn't hold out much longer. Her power levels were fading fast. Even the original Golden Champion had never given her such a beating. Dozens of punches became hundreds, then thousands as Trunks steadily beat her down. The demon god broke away and launched a huge barrage of blasts, including Destructo discs, beam cannons, and of course, the Kamehameha. An enormous cloud of destruction was formed where Trunks was, but she continued to fire into it for a full minute without stopping. Finally, she felt her strength waning and had to stop. She lowered her staff and slumped down a bit as she ceased firing. The cloud that had formed from the barrage started to blow away. Nothing could have survived such withering fire. However, her eyes widened as she saw a glowing figure hovering at the center of the cloud. Trunks merely gazed at her with a bit of sadness in his eyes. He slowly shook his head as he floated forward and said, "So that it, I'm sorry that it has to come to this, but I guess I had no choice. Goodbye, Ifureta." Trunks then flashed forward and slammed an elbow into the demon god's midsection. Ifureta's energy stores were depleted and now she was at his mercy. She made a half-hearted attempt to fight back, but it wasn't enough. Trunks delivered a crushing, double-fist blow to her back, sending her plummeting down toward the ground. Kame. Hame. Fa. The son of Vegeta then sent a gigantic blast of ki down after his falling opponent. The energy slammed into her back and drove her down toward the Bugwam stronghold like a flaming meteor. Coincidentally, she was heading down to where Jinai and Fatora were. Jinai yelped as something impacted against the roof of his fortress, causing the entire structure to shudder. He then heard several explosions as whatever it was slammed through 8 levels before coming to a stop at the ground floor where he and the princess was. The would-be ruler of Al-Hazard took cover as the object crashed into the floor and caused a deep crater. The energy that had propelled it exploded all about the chamber, blasting huge holes in the walls and threatening to collapse the room. Huge chunks of rock and debris was thrown about as Naname's brother ducked for cover. Fatora's prison was steady enough to shield her as the entire fortress shuddered from the crash. Then, the tremors began to die down as the citadel settled back down on its foundations. At that moment, a streak of golden light came down from above and landed at the center of the massive depression in the floor. As the dust cleared, Katsuhiko looked out from where he had taken cover and gasped. There was Trunks, about to deliver the final blow to Ifureta. The demon god was on her hands and knees, struggling to get up after landing, but as she looked up, she saw that the end was near. Trunks was standing before her, looking down at her with one hand aimed at her forehead with palm open wide. At point-blank range, With her power at its lowest level, she would not be able to withstand the next strike. Her opponent had won. She was beaten. Ifureta nodded and accepted. No, welcomed the end to her long and terrible existence. She could only say one thing. Do it. Trunks paused for a long time. This was his chance. This was what he had been training so long and hard for. One blast would send Ifureta to oblivion. Then, his hand began to tremble as he tried to summon up his power to destroy her. However, that small nagging doubt that he had resurfaced. The memories that he had shared with her came back to him. Then one image in particular came into his mind. The first time he had met her. In Shinano High School. The picture of her so battered and weak made him uneasy. Did he do that to her? Then how did she end up here in Elezard afterwards and didn't remember him? It was all so confusing. And then there were those feelings he had for her. They were preventing him from firing and finishing her off. There were so many unanswered questions and he knew deep down that Ifureta held the key to it all. With one deliberate motion, he removed one of his gloves and placed his unclad hand onto Ifureta's forehead. The power that he had gained when he came to Elezard activated itself as their two minds became one. Deep within the demon god's very being. What are you doing? Are you looking for my soul? Trunks' mind heard Ifureta's voice as he traveled through the depths of her psyche. Searching. Probing. Your search is in vain. A soul does not exist for me. Yes it does. Trunks answered with his own mind. Even for you. There's got to be a control circuit somewhere in here that forces you to obey the master of the staff. If I can just get to it. No. It is impossible. Ifureta interrupted. I have been alone all this time. And I shall continue to do so. You should have destroyed me. For I will be commanded to kill you by the master of the staff. You've never known hope. Have you? Trunks' dream self continued to drift in Ifureta's mind for what seemed to be an eternity. Then after an undetermined period of time, he found himself in front of an image of what looked like the Master Key Staff. Is that it? Is that what's been trapping your soul? Trunks listened for Ifureta's voice but heard nothing. Going with his gut instinct, his dream self began powering up and then with one single blast, vaporized the control circuit. Ifureta found herself on her feet and facing Trunks as he smiled at her while holding her shoulders. She had no recollection of ever standing up. Her key staff was lying on the ground beside her. However, she could only gaze at the Scion, who was now in his normal state. The control circuit has been destroyed, Ifureta. You'll never have to listen to anyone giving you a command again. The demon god gasped as she held her hands to her chest. You are free, Ifureta. Trunks said happily as he let go of her shoulders and put the glove back on. Ifureta let off a contented sigh as she felt her very being revel in its newfound freedom. It was as if the chains to her heart had been unlocked. It's true. I am free at last. This did said well with a certain egomaniac as he ran toward her. What the? No. She's mine, I tell you. Wham! Jinai was sent flying back from Ephrata's casual slap. Even though her power was now at a low ebb, she still sent him flying back more than a dozen feet. At that moment, Fujisawa and Miz came running up to them from a side passageway. Trunks. Both Saiyan and Demon God turned to the newcomers and smiled. You're Fujisawa-sensei, aren't you? Ephrata asked. The history teacher stared in surprise at their former enemy. That's right. How did you know that? She smiled as she replied. I saw you in some of Trunks' memories. Behind them, Jinai groaned as he was helped up by a couple of the Bugram. His nose dripped some blood as he said, Damn you! You betrayed me, you miserable wind-up witch! Soldiers! Attack! Kill them all! Hordes of Bugram appeared from every adjoining passageway and began converging on the group. Ephrata picked up her staff and prepared to retaliate, but slumped down weakly. Her power was too low. However, Trunks still had a lot of energy to spare as his aura powered up. KBOM. Shayla and Ephrata turned in the direction of the explosion and saw a huge spout of water explode from the front of the fortress. In that spot they saw 4 figures within it. Mr. Fujisawa were in front and Princess Fatora was being carried by a certain half-Saiyan. Trunks. Both the priestesses of the wind and fire said at the same time. They both began running toward him as he landed on the ground. Another explosion was heard and everyone looked back to see Ephrata fighting the Bugram. What is she doing? Shayla asked in complete bafflement. Trunks handed Fatora's unconscious body to his sensei and flew back to help their new ally. Ephrata was too weak after her battle with him, but she was still determined to help. A few blasts took out several dozen of the giant insects as Trunks landed beside her and lent her his arm for support. In a few minutes, the entire rescue party was off in their cruiser, heading back with the Princess Fatora. Mission accomplished. As they sped out toward Floristica, the son of Vegeta lay Ephrata down and asked Shayla and Ephrata to look after her. Where are you going, Trunks? The red-haired priestess asked. Oh, I'm going to take of some business, he replied as he took off and flew back in the direction of the burning fortress. He soon hovered several hundred feet above the fortress and began focusing his powers. At that moment, he decided to use a different move than the Kamehameha wave. He took a new position with one leg bent and pulling his cupped hands back and up above his head. His aura took on a light violet color as he prepared to unleash his technique. What's he going to do? Ephrata asked. Shayla smiled and nodded. I think he's about to cost the Bugram one fortress. Gannett gun. Fire. A tremendous power blast was let loose at the fortress as Trunks used his father's technique. When the beam hit, the entire structure was obliterated, along with the unfortunate Bugram forces that were still inside. The surrounding areas trembled and cracked as they were subjected to the aftershocks of the blast. In front, the statue of Jinai crumbled apart, along with the stronghold as the young Scion flew off to join his friends. Jinai sighed as he stood on a nearby ridge. And it was such a good likeness too. He then growled with steam coming out of his head. I'll have their heads for this. Inform the troops that we will be launching an all-out attack on Haroshdaria. Back at the palace, as night was starting to give way to day. In the royal chambers, Princess Rune could barely keep in her tears as she saw her sibling standing before her. Oh, Fatora, you're home. Hi sis. Fatora replied as she and Rune embraced each other. Off to one side, Oliela giggled as she said, "Ooh, I'm so glad that Fatora has returned. I haven't been able to think of anyone else." Beside her, Shayla became uneasy after being with Oliela and choked a bit. When the two princesses broke their embrace, Rune took on a more serious tone. "Fatora, I know that you've been through a horrible ordeal and need some time to rest, but I must ask you to help me activate the Eye of God." Fatora smirked as she chuckled evilly. "You don't have to worry about me, big sister. When I think about what those bastards did to me, I'll do anything to pay them back." She then took on a maniacal look. "They're going to wish they never heard of Princess Fatora. Ha 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 ha." She then turned to Trunks, who was standing nearby. "And you there? Can I assume that you were the one who was playing my double?" The half-Scion nodded as he replied with some reluctance. "Yes. Remarkable resemblance," Fatora said as she got a closer look at Trunks' features. "Of course, you have nowhere near my beauty." She then gave him a nonchalant toss of her head. "As a commoner, you obviously enjoyed impersonating me, a princess of Rashtaria. I hope you had no respect for my rank." "Not really," Trunks thought to himself. He was only just meeting her, and already he didn't like her personality. She was spoiled, arrogant and rude. At least his father had some sense of dignity and respect toward others. At that moment, Fatora spotted Yura hiding behind Trunks' legs. "Yura, what are you doing? Don't you recognize your master? Come here." The living armor nervously padded toward her, but then flinched as the princess grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and hauled her up to glare at the cat. "You're a useless animal. If you had done your duty and protected me, then I would have never had gone through that horrible ordeal." Yura could only look to Trunks helplessly. Trunks. Seeing his friend in trouble, the young Scion tried to protest in her behalf. "Hey, don't be so hard on her. She did the best she could and stay out of this. This is none of your business." Fatora snapped as she turned her attention back to the cat. "You failed in your duty and now you must be punished." Yura then decided where her loyalties lay and began writhing and reaching for Trunks. "Trunks! Trunks! Trunks!" Fatora gave the cat a final look of disgust and then tossed her to the ground at Trunks' feet. "Fine then. Get lost. Don't ever cross my path again. Maybe he'll take pity on you and keep you." Trunks gently picked up her in his arms while glaring at the spoiled brat he had helped rescue. I'll be glad to keep her. In any case, who'd want to be around someone as spoiled and ungrateful as you, anyway? The young Scion's insolence got Fator's temper rising. What did you call me? Do you realize who you are speaking to? I am a member of the Royal House of Rashtaria and you will address me in the proper manner. Trunks snorted as he replied, HMPH. You are nothing but a royal pain in the butt, and I'm starting to regret saving you. How dare you? I'll have your head for this, you peasant. I am a princess of Rashtaria. Not my princess, Trunks said with an uncaring shrug. I'm not from Alhazard, so I owe you no allegiance. And as for calling me a peasant, I'll have you know that I am also of royal birth. He tapped the crest that was engraved on his Scion armor. My father is the prince of all Scions, so that makes me a prince as well. And you're forgetting one important detail. He then triggered his transformation and became a Super Scion. This made Fatora back off a bit as he addressed her in a stern voice. I defeated Ithurada, which makes me the most powerful fighter in Alhazard. You don't want me as an enemy. At that moment, he turned his head toward an end table that was beside Fatora and glared at it. The furniture piece suddenly exploded into pieces, causing everyone to gasp. This effectively made Fatora pause as Trunks addressed her sister Rune Venus. Princess Rune, you don't have to use the Eye of God against the Bugram. Without Ithurada, they're nothing more than a bunch of bugs. I could easily destroy them all. Princess shook her head and said, We thank you for your offer, Golden Champion, but as you said, you are not from Alhazard, and therefore this is not your concern. We are grateful for your saving my sister and all that you have done for us, but we shall deal with the Bugram ourselves. Fatora then regained her courage as she sided with her sister. Yeah, we don't need you. Trunks ignored Fatora and said to Rune, Alright, Princess Rune. I kept my promise to save your sister. I'll leave the Bugram to you. Without another word, he walked out of the chambers with her in his arms. Fatora then called at him with some parting taunts. Yeah, get lost. Go back to where you came from. We can handle the Bugram. We've got the Eye of God. When you see it in action, then you'll be sorry you ever insulted the Royal House of Rashtaria. On the side, Olyili clapped her hands and said, Ooh, Princess Fatora, I'm so glad that you haven't changed. Fatora turned to her lover and said, Ah, Olyili. Sweet sentiment, but you didn't cheat on me, did you? How can I? The young girl rushed over and cuddled up to Fatora while tracing a finger on her side. You know that you are the only object for my affection. What about the redhead? Shaylee then began frantically shaking her head. In another bedchamber, Trunks was back to normal and was kneeling at the side of the bed where Ithurada was resting. Beside him was Yura. I'm sorry that I wasn't more help to you. The demon god said. My power must have weakened during my long slumber and our battle. Hey, it's okay. I'm just sorry that I had to beat you so hard. The important thing is that you are free. I am free. If Uraga couldn't get over that fact, you'll be up and about in no time. Maybe what you need is a wind-up. Trunks grasped the power key staff that was leaning against the bed. The demon god laughed lightly. No thanks. A little while later, both princesses were standing atop the stairway to the sky as the communications antennae extended themselves to transmit to the Eye of God. Below them, Trunks and the others watched from ground. One of their party was not happy. Oh no. I'm out of cigarettes. I've got to have my nicotine fix. If I can't smoke, I don't know what I'll do. Mr. Fujisawa looked about and saw a plant that had leaves that resembled those of a tobacco plant. He plucked a leaf, rolled it up into a tube and put one end into his mouth. He took out his lighter and lit the other end. He took one puff and Trunks Sensei turned purple and began spouting flame before keeling over. That plant was definitely not a tobacco plant. Both Trunks and Nanami had sweat drops as they gazed at their teacher. At that moment, a fur came flying down and landed beside them. I've got bad news. Bugrum forces are heading right for us. Faster. Faster. We can't let them launch the Eye of God. Jinai said as he rode one of the huge transports toward the stairway to the sky. However, when he was less than a mile away, his forces suddenly stopped as their path was blocked by the three priestesses of Mount Muldoon. Hold it, right there. Shayla said as she stood in front of a fan maze. You're not going to get past us, so what's your hurry? Jinai however was not afraid, even though he no longer had Ithurega. So it's those harpies again. Good. This gives me the chance to test out my new training tactics. Groucho. The purple-colored bug nodded as it blew a whistle, signaling its brethren to form lines. Up above, the two princesses of Rashtaria joined hands and began focusing their power toward the Eye of God, giving it commands and preparing it to fire. What the heck are they doing? Shayla asked as the Bugrum linked arms and legs together. Then one line got onto the shoulders of another, then a third line mounted the second, followed by a fourth. Then they opened up the carapaces on their backs and began emitting some kind of substance that enveloped their bodies, merging every Bugrum into one massive form. How are we going to fight against that? Ms. Heaped. On the Bugrum transport, Jinai laughed. Fa 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 fa. Take a good look at our new strategic offense. Devised by me of course. He then commanded the giant Bugrum. Kill them. Crush them all. The behemoth began swinging its appendages, which were shaped like war clubs. The three priestesses had to run for cover to avoid being hit by those weapons or crushed by its gigantic feet. Shayla fired a searing blast of flame at it, but the enormous insect deflected the shot with one of its arms. At that moment, Trunks, Nanami and Mr. Fujisawa came onto the scene. What is that? Nanami gasped. It's going to be toast in a few seconds, Trunks said as he began powering up his aura. However, just as he was about to cut loose, the giant bugworm lurched forward and stomped down with one foot. Everyone managed to get out of the way, save for one. Mr. Fujisawa was an instant too slow and was crushed beneath the heel of the monster. Ms. let off a scream as she had witnessed her beloved disappear underneath that massive foot. Everyone else stood in shock. Sensei. Mr. Fujisawa. Trunks felt his anger rising after seeing his favorite teacher killed by that sadistic Jinai's pet. Just as he was about to go Super Saiyan and shove that monster down Jinai's throat, he heard a grunting noise coming from beneath the bugworm's foot. Then the foot began to rise as something started pushing it up. Everyone gasped as they saw Mr. Fujisawa glowing with a faint red light as he lifted the heel up. Then, with one final grunt, he threw the bugworm off balance as he knocked the foot to one side. The bugworm went crashing onto its belly. Mr. Fujisawa. Ms. cried out as she saw that he was unharmed. The usually drunk history teacher looked down at himself and said in amazement, "Wow! I'm stronger than I've ever been. I can feel the power coursing through me whole body." Nanami then gave her theory. Maybe, when you ran out of cigarettes, you got stronger like you did when you stopped drinking. At that moment, the giant insect began getting to its feet. However, as soon as he saw that, Masamichi went into action and began running toward it. He then leapt at its chest as it stood up and with absolutely no grace whatsoever, extended his right foot forward. Hyper Fujisawa kick. Crash! Trunks could only gape as his sensei went clear through the bugworm's chest and out its back. Well, not exactly what I'd do, but it worked. Yes, Fujisawa exclaimed as he landed on the other side. The gargantuan monster fell flat on its face again and was then grabbed by the toe by the ultra-powered Masamichi. Like an Olympic athlete competing in the hammer ball event, he started swinging the bugworm above his head, building up speed and momentum. "Shouldn't we help him?" Shayla asked as she came to Trunks' side. "Why? He's doing great on his own," Trunks replied. A moment later, Fujisawa let go of the bugworm. The monster went flying up into the stratosphere and became a distant dot in the sky. "My God!" Ms. exclaimed as she got a starry, lovesick look in her eyes. "What a man!" Jinai was in a state of shock. Now if he had seen Trunks accomplish that feat, he wouldn't have been so surprised, but to witness the usually drunk Fujisawa do it was something else. How could he? He turned to his entourage. "One lousy guy beat the United States. Don't you have any self-respect?" At that moment, on the stairway to the sky, Princess Ru and Princess Fatora aimed the I've got at the areas where the rest of the bugworm forces were gathered, and fired. The center of the eye swiveled and let loose with a huge globe of black energy, which shot across the skies. The globe then split into 5 smaller globes, each of which went off in different directions. When they came to their designated coordinates, they hovered above the insects and began expanding into voids of nothingness. Like miniature black holes, they started sucking up the Bugrum into another dimension. A dimension of utter oblivion from which they would never return. Huge transports and even the giant Bugrum was sucked into the voids like dust mites into a vacuum cleaner. One void formed over the Bugrum Palace across the Holy River. Queen Diva's home was torn apart and drawn into it. The entire process of cleansing Al-Ezard of the Bugrum took only a matter of minutes, and when it was all over, the giant insect race was no longer a threat. We did it, Rune, Fatora said with a bit of a smug smile. Like I said before, we didn't need that insolent Trunks. We got rid of the Bugrum ourselves and... Wait. Something's wrong. Rune interrupted as she noticed that the Eye of God was still active, shooting out more globes of energy and forming numerous voids all over Rashtaria. The Eye of God isn't stopping. What? Fatora looked up and saw that the weapon was indeed still working. It has to stop. At that moment, several figures came up through the elevator platform and ran toward them. Two other figures flew down from above. Aframan and Trunks had taken the direct route and flew up to the top. What's going on? Why hasn't the Eye of God stopped? Afra asked. We can't stop it. Rune replied. It's not responding to our commands. It was then that they all heard a familiar voice as he laughed at their misfortune. Fa 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 fa. Of course you can't stop the Eye of God. No one can. Everyone turned around and saw the ruler of the Phantom Tribe standing on a nearby platform. Galus. Rune hissed at her former fiancé. You're behind this. Galus smiled maliciously as he answered. Yes. I had a special device placed within the Eye of God, which would activate the moment the weapon was put to use. Now it won't stop until all of Al-Ezard in a world of nothingness. Why have you done this heinous thing? Galus smirked at her. Because I seek revenge. Revenge for my people in which the royal family had condemned and cast out during the Holy Wars. Soon, you too shall know what it is like to spend your entire existence in darkness. And I shall observe it all from the very weapon that you thought as your salvation. Fa 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 fa. Before anyone could act, Galus disappeared from view. Damn it all. Shayla shouted. That bastard planned it all from the start. Rune could only shake her head sadly as she looked at Trunks. If only she had accepted his offer in the first place, instead of insisting to use the Eye of God. Now it was too late. Fatora was bawling frantically as she held her head. W-A-H-H-H-H. I'm too young and beautiful to die. My whole life is ahead of me. Telling me that this is all a bad dream. W-A-H-H-H-H. I might be able to stop it. Fatora stopped in her blubbering as she heard this. Everyone else turned to Trunks. The half-Scion nodded as he continued. The Eye of God is a piece of ancient technology, right? If that's the case, then I could use my power to synchronize with it and shut it down. Even if you were to gain control of the Eve God, Galus and his minions will be waiting for you. Afra interjected. It is impossible to see through their illusions. Trunks shrugged. Like they could stop a Super Saiyan. He then transformed to his ultra-powered self. Besides, we do have ways of getting around their tricks. At that moment, someone else came up the elevator. Hey! What's the big idea of leaving me behind? I'm really pissed at you guys. The group turned to the sister of Katsuhiko Jima and gave her a knowing look. Trunks flew up toward the Eye of God with Nanami in his arms. Yuro was wrapped around her for protection. Behind him was Afra with Shayla clinging to her waist. Both priestesses were wearing the enhanced scouters that Trunks had brought along with him when he came back to Elhazard. The devices were set to pick up the energy signatures of the Phantom Tribe and could also pick up heat signals from living people. As they neared the most powerful weapon of Elhazard, they noticed something strange. The huge globe was moving toward the capital city of Floristica and gaining altitude. Trunks! It's moving! Nanami cried out. The son of Vegeta nodded. Looks like Galus still has some control over the eye and wants to get a bird's eye view of Roshtaria's destruction. He then increased his speed and soon landed on the surface of the weapon. As he was setting Nanami down, the two priestesses came down to a landing behind them. They both switched on their scouters and began scanning about. Seeing no hidden enemies at the moment, they all began running across the surface. The Wind Priestess then pointed to a nearby structure that looked like a giant vent. There. That's the main power outlet that allows the princesses to communicate with the Eye of God. It leads straight into the heart of the weapon. Alright, then that's where I have to go. Stand back and... Trunks suddenly stiffened as he felt the presences of some certain people. At the same time, the scouters began beeping their warning signals. Just as Trunks drew his sword, Nanami shouted out and pointed toward a large control antennae. Galus and several dozen of his followers appeared from out of nowhere. They were all armed with swords, spears and such. The leader stepped forward and grinned at the Super Saiyan. Well, if it isn't the otherworlders who are supposed to have great powers. Galus sneered. Well, if you think I'm going to let you ruin my plans when I'm so close to victory, then you are mistaken. You shall not stop the Eye of God. We'll see about that. Trunks said as he took to the air. At that moment, the entire Phantom Tribe attack force vanished in a haze of white mist as they used their illusionary powers to hide from sight. However, they were not invisible to Nanami or the scouters. Look out behind you, Shayla. The Fire Priestess swerved to the right to avoid being gutted by a spear, then unleashed a scorching blast at her unseen attacker. The Phantom Man screamed in agony as he was incinerated. The redhead then pivoted on one foot and nodded as her scouter beeped and indicated 3 more body heat signatures and energy readings. Another fiery blast sent a trio of Galus followers into oblivion. She continued frying more and more of them as they were revealed by the scouter. Afra was using high-pressure air blasts like battering rams to dispatch her attackers. She marveled at the device over her right eye, which showed where each of her unseen opponents were. More and more of the Phantom Tribe fell under the onslaught. High above, Trunks was using his own senses to detect his foes, using ki blasts to destroy them. However, he still searched for the one who was the cause of this. He wanted to stop Galus once and for all. He then heard a scream and recognized it was Naname's. He looked down and gasped as she saw that Galus' boy servant Mahado had sneaked up behind her and now had a knife pressed up against her throat. She had been so busy covering Shao and Ifra's backs, she had neglected to watch her own. Galus laughed as he reappeared and addressed Ifra, Shao and Trunks. "Surrender now, or the girl dies. You are too late. The Eye of God has now passed the point of no return. It cannot be stopped and..." Mahado screamed as some sharp teeth sunk into the hand that was holding the knife. He had not noticed that Nanami had Yura wrapped around her and the cat was now biting down into his flesh. His hand opened by reflex, dropping the blade. Nanami took this opportunity to slam an elbow into Mahado's side and then tossed him over her shoulder. The boy went sprawling as she stood up and glared. She couldn't believe that she had thought he was cute. "Serves you right, you little brat. Die, you alien bitch." Nanami screamed for the second time as she turned and saw Galus charging at her with a sword. She tried to run backward, but to her horror, found out that she was near the sloping side of the eye's surface. She stumbled and went tumbling down. However, Yura reached out with her paws, extended her claws and dug into the metal, stopping herself and Nanami from falling over. But with her front legs clinging to the surface of the Eye of God and her hind legs and body wrapped around Nanami, Yura couldn't do anything else as Galus leapt at them with his dagger aimed at the girl's face. Just as Trunks was about to dive down to save her, a bolt of energy shot forward and burned a hole in Galus' chest. The ruler of the Phantom Tribe screamed in agony as he staggered back for a moment, but then lurched forward, determined to kill Nanami before he died. At that moment, the Super Saiyan got between him and his victim, delivered a sweet kick to knock him off his feet, then with another kick, sent him flying up. Galus attained several dozen yards straight up, but just as he reached the apex of his ascent and was about to fall back down, Trunks blurred into view above him with sword drawn. "It's all over, Galus." With one quick slash, the blade passed clean through and for one split second, the despot saw Trunks' face seeming to split into two. As future Trunks had done with Frieza, present-day Trunks began giving a rapid series of slashes which reduced Galus to pieces. Before the segments could fall, Trunks extended one hand and let loose with a burst of ki. Galus, or what was left of him, was blasted to the next dimension. "My lord!" Mahado screamed as he had witnessed his emperor cut apart and destroyed. He picked up his knife and then charged with utter bloodlust at Nanami, determined to finish what his master had started. "Nanami!" Trunks shouted as he acted within a split second. Just as the Phantom Boy was about to deliver the death strike, something plowed into his chest and sent him hurtling towards a control antenna. He slammed into the metal and found himself pinned to the mechanism. He looked down and saw that Trunks' sword had run him through. The Scion had hurled his sword and Mahfato was now impaled upon it, his life's blood trickling away. Trunks landed before him and gave the dying boy a saddened, yet determined look. "It's over." Mahfato managed to sneer at the so-called Golden Champion as he gasped his last words. "No. My Lord has won. The Eye of God has gone past the point of no return. You may have destroyed my people, but we are the final victors." At that point, Mahfato slumped down and his body disintegrated into dust, which blew away with the breeze. The last of the Phantom tribe was gone. As Trunks removed his weapon from where it was embedded, Nanami and the others came running toward him. "Trunks! You killed... you..." Nanami began. The son of Vegeta shook his head as he sheathed his blade. "Both Galus and his servant would have killed you without a second thought. It was either them or you, Nanami." "He is right," Ifureta said as she came down from the skies. Everyone turned to look at her and realized that she must have been the one who had shot Galus before Trunks had dispatched him. "Ifureta, what are you doing here? You should be resting," Trunks asked, then shook his head. "Never mind that now." He began running toward the access port which led to the center of the Eye of God. He stopped at the edge as the others caught up to him. Afra shook her head as she looked about and saw that more and more voids were forming. "I'm afraid it's too late now." "What do you mean?" "I can still shut it down." The Wind Priestess shook her head again. "No. The Eye of God is now emitting dimensional energies exponentially. Even if you were able to deactivate it, you would become trapped in a vortex of reality and thrown across time and space. Who knows where you might end up? It's a chance I'll have to take." He then addressed both Ifureta and Ifra. "You two will have to fly Nanami and sail it down and... no Trunks. It is I who must go." Ifureta said as she pressed her key staff into the Scion's hands. "What? Do you not remember? The school and how you came to El Hazard?" The demon god said. "I must have gained an ability that I do not yet possess from the Eye of God, which allowed me to send you and the others to this world. I must have been thrown through time and space, where I drifted for 10,000 years before landing on Earth. Therefore, it was I, not you, who went into the Eye. But I'm the only one who can synchronize with the Eye." Trunks protested. "Do not worry. With my key staff, you will be able to maintain a direct link with me and instruct me on how to deactivate the Eye of God. But you can't. You are still too weak from our battle and you were close to dying when we met. And without your staff, you won't be able to rewind, and if your mainspring runs down, you'll die." Ifureta simply smiled as said, but it has already been decided, and I will risk my existence if it will keep you safe. Farewell, my dearest Trunks. No. Wait. However, if your egg already dove down and let loose with a brief, but bright flare of light, solar flare, this caught Trunks off guard as he tried to stop her. In that instant, a force field was erected and prevented him from going any further as the Eye of God went into its final stages. Seeing that it was dangerous to remain, Trunks swept up Nanami as Shayla was carried by Effa. As they descended toward the ground, Trunks maintained his mental link with Ifureta through her staff. Thank you, my dearest Trunks. Before I met you, I had no happy memories, nothing to live for. Then, let you give you mine. As Ifureta descended toward the depths of the Eye of God, she began seeing images in her mind. She saw herself as a young girl as she watched 8-year-old Trunks battle Goten in the World Martial Arts Tournament, then later take the disguise of Mighty Mass to compete in the adult division. She then saw him during the Majin Buu incident and grew up with him during his teen years. She became a student in Mr. Fujisawa's class and met with all of his friends, Goku, Gohan, Videl, Krillin, Piccolo and so on. All that Trunks had experienced became hers. Thank you, Trunks. Until we meet anew. On the ground, on the observation deck of the palace, Trunks and the others watched as the Eye of God shuddered and trembled. They wait for the moment of salvation or destruction as the energies within the weapon pulsated, threatening to explode. It was the longest minute anyone could remember. Then, it was over. The Eye of God grew silent as the clouds cleared. Trunks could only shake his head sadly and said, "She did it. She stopped it. But she's gone. I don't feel her presence, even with the staff." As the crowds below began cheering that disaster had been averted, the young Super Saiyan sighed as he turned away from the balcony. It was then that the cheers became screams of horror. Trunks turned back to the balcony and saw the crowds below wandering toward the Eye of God. He looked up and his blood turned cold as he saw that the massive weapon was falling toward Floristica. What's happening? Princess Rune could only shake her head in disbelief. It must have been Galus. It appears that he not only sabotaged the control mechanisms of the Eye of God, but also the systems which kept it aloft. When the eye deactivated, it also shut off the anti-gravity fields. Apparently, if Galus couldn't destroy El-Hazard, he'd settle for the destruction of our capital. Shayla slammed a hand on the railing. Damn it all. That bastard. So what are we going to do? No one can stop that thing. Nanami gasped. Trunks laid the key staff off to one side and said quietly, "There's no choice now. I am going to have to destroy it." What? Everyone gasped as Trunks took off and flew down to where the Eye of God would impact with the capital city. He landed in the center square of the city and saw that most of the people had scattered for cover and left the area empty. He then looked up at the descending weapon and began powering up. He then decided on the technique that he would use, thinking that it was appropriate. Father, For all that you tried to teach me about being a Scion, this one's for you. Bending down on one knee, he started focusing his power and using another technique that he had figured out in the hyperbolic time chamber. His mother had told him about it, and it had taken him months to figure out how Goku had done it. With his increased Super Saiyan powers, he was certain that it would be enough. Super Kaioken. His battle aura increased by 1,000-fold as a ball of violet energy formed in his hands. When he felt that the power could no longer be held in check, he let it fly. Gannett gun. Fire. The beam released by Trunks would have obliterated North America, but he had to make certain that the Eye of God was totally destroyed with no large fragments left over to endanger the inhabitants. The blast caused aftershocks to be sent across the capital city, shaking many of the buildings to their foundations. The attack struck the Eye of God dead center and was enveloped. The super-strong alloys melted like butter and the infrastructure began buckling under the stress. Finally, the Eye of God could no longer withstand the energies being forced on it and was closed. Forever. The weapon was sent straight back up and exploded like a miniature supernova, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. Then the skies cleared and all became silent. Down below, Trunks fell flat on his face from his effort and reverted back to his normal self. OW. I think I overdid it. Sitting on a ledge that overlooked Floristica, Jinai and the bugrum he called Groucho were in a state of deep depression. It appeared that they were the only ones who had escaped the Eye of God's power when it obliterated the bugrum race. Well, Groucho, I guess it's just you and me. The insect nodded and replied with a series of clicks. Mr. Jinai. Both stood up and saw Queen Diva being carried by 5 other bugrum on her dais. It's Diva. And Harpo, Chico, Zeppo, Gummo and Alice. They're still alive. The bugrum Empress nodded as she explained. We were getting extra supplies for the troops when it happened. Jinai then took on a new face as he said, "Ha. Then that means it isn't over yet. Just you wait, Trunks. We'll rebuild a new empire and you'll finally bend to my will." What fa 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 fa. A few days later, the city of Floristica was still in a state of jubilation after the utter defeat of the bugrum and the salvation of their city. However, with the Eye of God destroyed, the symbol of the unity between the kingdoms, there had to be something, or someone to keep the nations from conflict. In the royal chambers of Rune Venus. I don't know why I have to do this. Trunks complained as the handmaidens added the final touches to his new outfit. Ironically, they were the same girls who had made his fedora disguise. I don't know what you're complaining about, Trunks. I think it looks great. Nanami said as she straightened out the navy blue cape that was attached to the shoulder epaulets, which had been added to the Scion armor he was wearing. The royal crest that his father had engraved in the breastplate was now accentuated with gold and crimson etching, thanks to the Roshtarian artisans. His boots had been given extra lines with overlapping cuffs on their tops, giving them a pirate swashbuckling style. Yes, You look very regal. Aphra added as she admired the new gauntlets he was wearing in lieu of his regular white gloves. A true image of the Golden Champion. I like this look a lot better than your other outfit, Shayla said with a smile. Trunks look nice, Yura said as she rubbed up against his leg. Trunks sighed. It had been bad enough that he had to pretend to be a princess to keep the nations of Elezard together, but now he had to be someone else. He began having bad flashbacks of Gohan in his great Saiyaman disguise. With the Eye of God destroyed, the neighboring kingdoms had to have some symbol in order to keep them at ease and assure them that they were protected. And since Trunks was going to remain in Elezard for at least a year, Princess Rune had thought that his presence could give the citizens hope and eventually become united through trust, rather than through some symbol. Trunks, they're waiting for you, Namamai told him after getting the message from one of Rune's servants. The half-Saiyan sighed again and nodded as he went toward the balcony. Just as he was about to take off, Jinai's sister called after him. Trunks, they're expecting the Golden Champion, remember? The teen sighed once more before transforming to a Super Saiyan, then took to the air for a tour about the city. Below him, the crowds cheered as they witnessed the return of the legendary savior of their world. As he flew about, making a few low passes, Trunks couldn't help but smile back at the cheers and smiles that were directed at him. He then made a beeline toward the observation deck of the palace where the leaders of the neighboring nations and Princess Rune were waiting. As he came down for a landing, his thoughts were 1,000,000 miles away, or this case, 10,000 years away. If you're Ada, I hope that you will be safe and I promise you, I'll see you in a year. Speaking of whom, at Shinano High School, that fateful day. Trunks, my dearest Trunks, I had waited patiently for this day. For 10,000 years, I have only thought of you, my dearest Trunks. A younger, inexperienced half-Saiyan could only stand in confusion as he was embraced by a strange girl who was battered and wore tattered clothes. Through the endless nights, you were the only thing that kept me going these past 10 millennia. If Eureka continued. Excuse me, but who are you? Trunks asked as he and Ifureta stood in the middle of the ruins. You mean, you've forgotten? Ifureta then remembered that this Trunks had yet to meet with her. She then broke off the embrace and stepped back. No matter. Time grows short and my power has dwindled with the passage of time. With my remaining strength, I shall send you to Elezard. Elezard? What are you talking about? Go now. And be safe. My brave Saiyan. Hold on. How do you know that I'm a Saiyan? At that moment, Ifureta let loose with a bright light, which engulfed Trunks and those who were still in the school, namely Nanami, Mr. Fujisawa and Jinai. A moment later, they were gone, leaving only the demon god. Ifureta then fell to her knees and a tear ran down her cheek. She had waited 10,000 years to meet with Trunks and had only been able to see and touch him for a few minutes before sending him off. But to her, It had been worth it. Now the question was, what was she going to do now? She then remembered the images that Trunks had given to her in the Eye of God, and one such metal picture burned brightly. It was an image of a large structure called Kami's Lookout. Though she knew that it would exhaust whatever remaining energy she had, she took off into the sky. A few days later, Vizsla turned his back after his son and those two girls had disappeared and sent back to Elazard. At that moment, he heard the other Z-fighters and their friends gasp in shock as something came down and crashed onto the platform of Kami's Lookout. The Prince of all Scions joined his wife and daughter as they looked at what appeared to be a girl in tattered, outlandish clothes and looked as if she had taken on the Jinyu Force, Frieza, Cell and Majin Buu all at once. "Who are you?" Vegeta demanded. The girl was just barely able to lift her head and said in a quiet whisper, "I am Ifureta, the Capsule Corporation. So my son saved Elazard," Bulma said as she tended to Ifureta's damaged systems. She was lying on the same work table that Bulma had used to repair Android 16. "Yes. He defeated me and freed me. He is a very special young man." Bulma couldn't help but smile at Ifureta's praise of her offspring after the demon god had told her of what happened when Trunks came back to Elazard. "Yes, he is. But then again, I always knew that. After all, I am his mother. I only saw him for that brief moment before sending him to Elazard, but it was worth the 10,000 years of waiting. I was glad to have seen him one last time." "And what do you mean by that?" "You'll see him again in a year." Ifureta sat up at these words. What? But I felt the Eye of God being destroyed, just after I was flung through time and space. Bulma shrugged and smiled. "Who needs an Eye of God, when we've got Dragon Balls?" "Dragon Balls?" The mother of Trunks laughed as she told the demon god about the mystical orbs and of the dragon Shenlong. Meanwhile, scattered all across the earth, the 7 Dragon Balls were laying in their new hiding places, turned into ordinary stones until the time in which the Eternal Dragon would once again grant wishes to the person who found them. The end. For now, author's notes. Well, that does it for Dragon Ball Lizard, and I hope everyone enjoyed it. I certainly enjoyed writing it. As for the next obvious question, yes, I did write Dragon Ball Lizard 2 on paper. And as for the following question as to whether or not it will post it, the answer is yes. Eventually. Until then, I'm going back to my other stories now. Any other questions can be emailed to me at onimediaction@hotmail.com. Dragon Ball Lizard to Story. Dragon Ball Lizard to Story link. https://www.fanfictaion.net/s/463,899/1/category Dragon Ball Z plus Elazard crossover genre adventure author Hungmyunifor link https://www.fanfictaion.net/u/7890/last updated January 24, 2002 words, 8592 rating, T status, in progress content, chapter 1 to 2 of 2 chapters source, fanfiction.net summary, 2 months after the destruction of the Eye of God and DBH, our favorite Super Saiyan and his friends have settled down in El Hazard and a special event is about to take place. Meanwhile, Jimmy and the remaining Bugram are plotting new schemes to conquer Chapter 1 Chapter 1, Here Comes the Bride. Dragon Ball Hazard 2 Introduction. After the completion of the DBH series, I couldn't help but start writing the sequel based on the second El Hazard series. This story takes place some 2 months after the destruction of the Eye of God and DBH. Our favorite Super Saiyan and his friends have settled down in El Hazard and a special event is about to take place. Meanwhile, Jimmy and the remaining Bugram are plotting new schemes to conquer El Hazard. Disclaimer: Dragon Ball Z and El Hazard belong to their own creator, but you knew that already. Chapter 1 Here Comes the Bride. Thoughts narration by Rune Venus. It has been a time of peace and serenity since the destruction of the Eye of God, the defeat of the Bugram and our altercation with the Phantom Tribe. It seems as if we had all awakened from a long and terrible nightmare and had begun living again without fear. Nanami, the energetic young girl from another world, has opened up a restaurant near the palace. Her youthful enthusiasm has made it into a thriving business. Trunks, the hero of the Bugram Wars and the successor to the legendary Golden Champion, has been the prime symbol of freedom in El Hazard. His very presence brings a sense of security among the leaders of the neighboring kingdoms and strengthens the unity between them. His great power is only dwarfed by the power of his heart. Which brings us to today. The other hero of El Hazard, Masami Fujisawa and the Great Water Priestess Ms. Mishtal, are to be wed this afternoon. An event that is unprecedented in the history of Rashtaria. So begins the latest chapter in the world of El Hazard. Ms. Mishtal sighed happily as she sat in her private chambers at the royal palace. She was dressed in a pink bridal gown that had a short train and was lavishly decorated with ruffles and lace. The handmaidens fussed around her, making constant adjustments and minor alterations to her dress. She could hardly contain herself as anxiously waited for her colleagues. Once Shayla and Iframan arrived, then the wedding ceremony would take place. By the end of this day, she would no longer be Ms. Mishtal, the water priestess of Mount Muldoon, but she would become Mrs. Masami Fujisawa. And then, retirement with her beloved. She just couldn't wait. Hurry up, Ufa. We're going to miss the ceremony. Shayla complained as she clung to her companion's waist as they sped through the air. Oh, stop your complaining. Ufa chided as she continued to use her power over the wind to keep them aloft. Her wedding's not set to start until sunset and we'll make it there in plenty of time. Besides, Ms. won't start the ceremony without us. Since Ms. is a priestess of Mount Muldoon, she must have us present to witness her marriage and the transferal of her position to her successor. Yeah, I know. Shayla admitted as she tightened her grip. Still, it would be better if you could speed it up a bit. It's bad taste for a great priestess to arrive late to her colleague's wedding. Besides, there's someone else I want to see. In her mind was an image of a certain Super Saiyan. At that moment, they noticed a huge flash of light exploding behind a nearby mountain, and if returned to investigate. The priestesses of fire and wind sped down toward the disturbance, and when they got within visual range of the source, they stopped in midair to the hovering awe. There was Trunks, darting about the rocky landscape and performing a complex training routine. He was wearing his usual black muscle shirt, dark pants and boots. He was currently in Super Saiyan mode. He went through a series of high-speed evasion maneuvers while kicking and punching at unseen foes. He was moving at such a pace that both women were unable to completely follow his movements. To them, he was just a blur that popped in and out every few seconds. Shayla and her companion then remembered that they still had the scouters that the youth had given to them. Afra set herself and her colleague down on a nearby ledge and then reached into a pocket sewn into her formal attire. She withdrew a small case and opened it. Within it were 5 capsules. She selected the number 2 capsule and pressed the top. Boom. After a puff of smoke, both priestesses were now wearing the devices and following the hyper-fast movements of the half-Saiyan. Amazing devices, Afra remarked. The scouters or the capsules? Shayla asked as she read the current readouts on her scouter. Both, the brunette replied. No one would ever think that we were carrying an entire wardrobe and a month's worth of food and supplies in one pocket. And these scouters allow us to see things that our own eyes could never see. The fiery-haired priestess nodded as she followed Trunks as he went through his battle routine. She gave a low whistle at the readout on her device. Whoa. 1,057,000. Not exactly his best, but still. Afra then noticed that Trunks had some strange-looking bands strapped to his arms and legs. She recognized them as the special training weights that he had brought with him when he came back from Earth. He had later explained that they were designed by his mother to adjust for weight, and could be set from 0 to 50 tons apiece. Shayla also noticed the weights and set her scouter to scan them. How much weight has he put on? The Wind Priestess asked. Shayla gulped as she read the figures. About 15 tons apiece. He's moving that fast with 60 tons. At that moment, the Super Saiyan finished his routine and smiled as he came down for a landing on the ledge that the 2 priestesses were standing on. He had long sensed their presence. Before transforming back to his normal self, he deactivated the weights, reducing them to their normal level of 1 pound apiece. He picked up his jacket, which he had set aside while removing the bands. He also picked up a towel and wiped his brow with it, while greeting his friends. Hey Shayla, Afra. Good to see you again. Hello Trunks. Afra greeted as she and Shayla smiled warmly at the savior of El-Hazard. Hey Trunks. That was some workout. The redhead commented as the eyes roamed over his well-muscled form and noted how the sweat glistened on his skin. Afra also marveled at his current state, but quickly put on her usual air of professionalism and said, "Trunks, you're not. You're dressed properly. Do you realize what today is?" The son of Vijaya nodded. "Yeah, I know. Today's the day when my sensei and Miss tie the knot. I just wanted to get in a little workout, that's all. Like my dad said, a true warrior should always be prepared, even during peace times. I let myself slide before, and I'm not going to let that happen again." Shao then said, "But the wedding." Trunks held up a hand. "The wedding's not going to take place for another couple of hours yet, so I've got plenty of time to clean up." He plonked down to a nearby ridge and the two females saw a small domicile at the bottom. "Huh? What's a house doing way out here?" Shao asked. "It's mine. I brought a capsule core house with me when we came back to El Hazard." "You mean that entire house came from a capsule?" Afra said with some disbelief. She had no idea that something as big as a two-story cottage could be shrunk into a tiny storage device. Trunks shrugged as he led the two ladies to his home away from home. All this was in one capsule. Afra couldn't help but gaze upon the interior of the house as she and Shayla sat in the living room. It wasn't exactly spacious, but it was cozy enough to support two, perhaps even three people in relative comfort. It was equipped with its own private bedroom, bathroom, water, waste and power systems. No wonder Trunks had turned down Rundina's offer to provide him with living quarters. A few minutes later in the bathroom, Trunks emerged from the shower and turned on the automatic drying systems to expel all water molecules that were on his body. He was dry within seconds as he reached for the clean set of clothes he had set aside. A few minutes more, he came out to the living room dressed in the formal attire that his mother had packed for him. Both Shao and Afra could only gaze with their mouths open as they saw the half-Saiyan in a very modest, yet stylish white tuxedo and dress shoes. The vest had a red sash over the front with the Saiyan royal crest emblazoned in gold thread. The formal wear seemed to mold itself nicely to his frame, making him quite dashing in a rugged sort of way, and his hair was combed back a bit. The two priestesses had thought that Trunks couldn't get more handsome, yet the earth clothes that he now sported made him seem even more like royalty. Boom! The cloud of smoke disappeared, leaving only a tiny capsule on the ground, which Trunks picked up and placed in a carrying case. Shao whistled after seeing his entire house disappear into a capsule with just a press of a button. "I can't believe that your house is in that one capsule," Afra said. Trunks shrugged. "It's the only way to carry things." He then placed the case into a vest pocket and gestured in the direction of Floristica. "Shall we get going?" He then moved up to the two ladies and placed an arm around each of their waists. "Huh? What are you doing?" Shao asked, though she liked the way he was snuggling close to her. Afra also liked being close to him, though this was highly unorthodox. She had never been this close to a man before, and her cheeks began to blush. Trunks then took off into the air, carrying the two priestesses with him. I figure that I can get you to the palace a lot faster. Hang on. The two women could only grab hold of Trunks as he sped through the air at high speed. With his aura surrounding the three of them, they were able to breathe and the air friction did not harm them as they rocketed along. Within minutes, the trio were over the capital city of Rashtaria and made a beeline to the castle. A little while later, Miss sighed as her handmaidens put the finishing touches on her wedding gown. Off to one side were her colleagues. The day that I had been waiting for has finally arrived. Miss had a starry look in her eyes. Matrimony and retirement. The two most important words in a woman's life. I always thought it was divorce and independence. Afra remarked dryly. So Miss, who are you choosing for your replacement? Shayla inquired. The water priestess became a bit flustered as she realized that she had yet to pick a successor. Oh my! I haven't even thought about that. She took on a warm smile. Don't worry about it. I'll give it my undivided attention after the honeymoon. Ever since the moment of his fevered proposal, I just can't stop thinking about my warm, cuddly Mr. I Do size. Mr. I Do size. Shayla said with a bit of disbelief. 10-1, he was drunk. Afra said. Miss took on a happy, yet distant expression as she thought back to a few weeks ago. It was on a romantic moonlit night that he did propose. Flashback. We see both Ms. and Mr. Fujisawa sitting at a dining table out on a balcony on a moonlit night. The citizens of Al-Hazard were still trying to get used to seeing only one moon in the sky after Trunks had destroyed the Eye of God. More wine, Swigert? Ms. asked as she extended the bottle toward Masamai's cup. Yeah. This is great. It was obvious that Trunks Sensei was way past his limit, and the superhuman strength he had gained when he came to Al-Hazard. Forget it. Miz looked out longingly out into the night sky and began trying to get her beloved to pot the question. You know, Masamic, it's times like this that a woman feels certain urges, if you know what I mean. Mr. Fujisawa slurred. I mean, there comes a time in a woman's life in which she needs to hear those special words that a man can say to her. Well, if you say so. I mean, time is short and do I have to spell it out for you? Easy. Miss turned toward Masamaikai and became desperate as she saw that he had dozed off from the liquor he had consumed. She went to his side and propped him up. Masamaikai, don't go to sleep. There's still those things we have to talk about. You know what I mean, don't you? In his stupefied state, the drunkard somehow managed to say the right words. Erg. Getting hitched. Social studies. Mumble. The water priestess instantly pounced on her opportunity. Oh yes. What do they say? There's the sky's always blue. He usually says. I do. Yes. He said it. Miss shouted out with glee to the heavens. In her excitement, she let go of Mr. Fujisawa and he dropped like a dead weight to the floor. End of flashback. Ah, It was a beautiful moonlit night with the stars burning bright and made perfect with just the right amount of alcohol. Miss grinned at her colleagues. If you want my advice on catching a husband, then just throw away the cookbook and give him the straight sauce. She then sighed again. What a perfectly romantic moment. She turned back to Sheila and Ifka. Forget macho, go for gusto. The wind priestess shook her head while pressing a couple of fingers to the forehead. She was right. The super-strong Fujisawa had been drunk as a skunk, but he hadn't said a single word of protest or denial since that time. And as the wedding drew near, it seemed that everything was going to go according to plan for once. At that moment, she heard Sheila talking to herself. Burning cookbook. Had gusto. What are you talking about? Ifka asked. Do you have a bun in the oven or something? Sheila glared at her with a bit of irritation. No. Whatever gave you that idea? She turned away, but her expression softened as she began thinking of a certain someone and an image of herself in a wedding gown. Trunks calmly walked past the main courtyard of the palace on his way toward the main conference hall where the ceremony would take place. He was turning quite a few female heads as he passed some serving girls. Many of them whispered among themselves as the handsome young man smiled and nodded to them as he continued on. Ooh, there he is. The golden one. The champion himself. He's so handsome. And those foreign clothes make him look so regal. He does not look golden to me. I have seen him transform into the golden champion. They say that he is also royalty. Trunks smiled a bit as his enhanced hearing picked up snatches of their conversations. He had been getting a lot of compliments and praises over the last 2 months, not to mention frequent visits from admirers and adoring fans, most of whom were female. That was one of the reasons why he had moved his house to the mountains. Though he liked the attention, he also liked his privacy. Besides, with the usual daily training regimen, especially with throwing energy blasts, he needed to have as much open space as possible. At that moment, he saw Nanami calling to him as she approached him with a bundle of folded clothes in her arms. Trunks. Hey, Nanami. Trunks looked down at the load she was carrying and reached out to help her. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that I promised to help you with the wedding preparations. Let me take that. No problem, Trunks. I've got more than enough helpers now. And Jinai's sister then noticed something wrong with her friend's attire and set down the bundle on the floor before reaching for the lapels. Oh look. Your sash is too far off to the right. Let me fix that. Huh? Trunks looked down at it. It looked fine when I left the house. I guess I must have ruffled it when I flew here. You don't have to have it so tilted to reestablish your masculinity, Nanami. I told you it was all an act. As Trunks' attire was being adjusted, certain individuals were hiding behind a nearby tree and watching them with more than casual interest. I have been out of touch. That Nanami girl is quite exceptional. Princess Fatora remarked as she and her lover immediately spied on them. Rune's sister frowned as she watched Trunks receive all the attention from Nanami. Why does she dote on him so? She then turned to Olyili. Tell me, Olyili, what other girls are interested in that alien boy? The smaller girl smiled as she replied, well, I'm sure that Nanami has a really big crush on Master Trunks. Oh, and after we came back from Arleman, I think Shayla likes him too. And I think that Priestess Ifra may be interested as well. This got Fatora even more upset. Wouldn't you know it? Those happened to be the ones that I dragged my eye on. Damn it. Why would an attractive woman fall for an ordinary guy? I think I know. Olyili said slyly as she snuggled up to her mistress. It's because he looks just like the beautiful Princess Fatora, my love. The nerve of that boy using my patented good looks to attract girls that I want. Fatora went into a huff, then stopped as she realized something. My looks? Hey! Wait a second. She then took on an evil and devious look as a plan began to form in her mind. A little while later, Master Trunks, the half-Saiyan, looked over his shoulder as he saw Olyili run toward the balcony where he had been leaning over. Hey, Olyili. What's up? I have a message for you. Oh? What is it? It's Princess Rune. She wants to speak with you about something very important. Really? What did she want to talk to me about? The son of Vision asked. She didn't tell me, but she wanted to meet with you in private in the Royal Vault. I think that it may have something to do with the former Golden Champion. Oh, alright. I'll go see her. Olyili grinned as she watched him walk off. As soon as he was out of sight, she then giggled mischievously. Everything was going according to plan. Another hour later. Well, what do you think? Fatora asked as she finished putting on the final touches of her outfit. Am I not the perfect example of masculinity? She was dressed in a credible replica of Trunks' tuxedo and sash. She had pressed her royal seamstress hard to recreate his outfit. She had her breasts bound by some wrappings to keep her chest flat. To finish off the disguise, she had tucked in her hair under a purple wig. Ooh! Princess Fatora. You look so stunning. Fatora smirked as she felt very proud of herself. Remember, Olyili, this plan must go without a hitch. A while later, Trunks was wondering just what was going on. He had been waiting near the royal vault for more than an hour and there was no sign of Princess Rune. He had started to get bored and was about to leave when he noticed that the door to the vault was slightly ajar. He thought that Princess Rune might be inside waiting for him, so he decided that it would be alright to go in unknown to Trunks. This was all a setup. Rune and her sister both had keys to the vault and Fatora had purposely left the door open. As soon as Trunks stepped into the vault, his leg brushed against a hidden tripwire, which caused the door to automatically slam shut, trapping him inside. The Saiyan warrior looked about and saw that there was no other exit inside. He had a feeling that a certain Rashtarian princess was behind this so-called trap and he was sure that it wasn't Rune Venus. at that moment, in the royal gardens. "All right, Trunks. I'm here. So what do you want?" Nanami asked as she approached what she thought was her friend. The person was facing away from her. "I'm really busy right now, so couldn't this wait?" "No, this cannot wait," the disguised Fatora said as she turned around to face her intended conquest. "The burning desire that I have for you cannot wait any longer." "Huh? What are you talking about, Trunks?" It was true that Nanami had a soft spot for the half-Saiyan, but this encounter made the normally cool and calm girl very nervous. "Don't you see, Nanami, that I want you? I've been wanting you from afar. But now it's time for us to consummate the love and affection that we feel for one another." She began to advance on her. This made Nanami really flustered as she turned around to avoid appearing embarrassed, which she was. And now hold a minute, Trunks. This is happening way too fast. And, besides, I've got a lot of work and... Whoa! The rest of Nanami's excuse was cut off when Fator nuzzled her from behind and began groping at her chest. Forget work. Nanami let off a scream as she broke free from Fator and turned on her angrily, pointing an accusing finger. "All right now. I'm on to your little game." Princess Fatora. Seeing that she had been found out, Rune's sister tried to deny it. Whatever are you talking about?" She took a dramatic pose and overemphasized the acting. "I am Trunks, age 17, son of Vegeta, prince of all Saiyans." "Alpha," Nanami said with conviction. "It's Vegeta, not Vegeta. I met Trunks' father and he's the prince of all Saiyans, not Saiyans. Besides, Trunks is 19, not 17. You're Princess Fatora, all right." In a flash, Jinai's sister snatched off Fatora's wig, exposing her for the fraud that she was. The princess could only gasp as her planned seduction fell apart. Nanami smiled smugly as she gestured to her chest. "My Trunks would never tell me to forget about work, and he's a gentleman who'd at least hold hands before holding these. You'd better not try any more funny stuff, or I'll get your little behind in trouble with your sister Princess Rune. See ya." With that, Nanami dashed off while tossing the wig back at Fatora. As the princess watched her intended prey escape, she could only sigh in disappointment as Oyeali emerged from her hiding place. "Vegeta, not Vegeta," Oyeali remarked. Apparently, the information she had given to her princess was inaccurate and she had gotten the names wrong. "Do you think I'll ever get those names right?" Fatora asked. The smaller girl shrugged as she replied. "I guess you're going to act you if you want some action." Fatora took on a new devious look as she laughed. "Yes, I shall. If foreign tongue is what Fatora wants, then foreign tongue is what she'll get." Trunks sighed as he decided that enough was enough. He was going to miss the ceremony, so there was no time to be delicate. He figured that he could fix the vault door later. He extended a hand toward the lock to the heavy vault door and flicked his index finger at it. One small application of Sion's strength and the lock broke apart. Trunks began running toward the main hall of the palace where the wedding was to be held. As he neared the entranceway, he saw his pet cat Yura racing toward him with something in her mouth. Trunks! Trunks! The son of Vegeta stopped as his pet approached him. Hey, Yura. What's up? What's that you got there? Trunks read. Now. Yura, find and sense a room. Huh? He reached down and plucked the paper out of the cat's mouth. Unfolding the message, he then began to read. Dear Trunks, by the time you read this note, I will be long gone. I've decided to go on a trip to find the real me inside. It's not that I don't want to marry Miz, but I feel that I'm still missing something. If I can't get in touch with my true self, then I'm no good for her. I do care, I really do, and I trust that you will tell her that. When I return, I will be a whole man. Until then, I hope that Miz will understand when you tell her. Your sensei, Masami Fujisawa. To Trunks winced as he realized that he had been given one of the hardest tasks of his life. He would have to go inside and tell them that the wedding was off. And he could just imagine how Miz would react. Given the circumstances, he'd rather be fighting Cell, Majin Buu and Frieza all at once. Honored guests. Welcome. Princess Rune said as she addressed all those who were present in the main hall. We are here today to witness the wedding of the great water priestess Ms. Mishtal, to Masami Fujisawa, an honored war hero of Rosteria. Music began to play in the background as the great doors opened to reveal Miz in her completed wedding gown. The crowds all turned their eyes to follow her as she walked down the aisle towards the altar. The water priestess could barely keep her regal bearing as she calmly approached the place where she and her love would be joined forever. However, just as she stopped before the altar, the great doors were again flung open to reveal Trunks. There was a great silence in the hall as everyone gazed upon the golden champion of Rosteria. On the other end of the hall, the young Saiyan warrior saw the starry look in the bride's eyes. Obviously, she had been expecting her future husband to be standing where he was now. He swallowed hard as he held up the message. This was not going to be pretty. Meanwhile, somewhere in the desert, Katsuhiko Jinai was not happy. Only a couple of months ago, he had been the fearless and mighty general of the Bugram hordes and had been a heartbeat away from ruling over El-Hazard. After that debacle with the demon god Ifureta and the Eye of God, he had been reduced to being the leader of only a handful of the giant insects, 4 of which were carrying their queen, who rested on a caravan being carried on their shoulders. Everything would have gone as he had planned if it had not been for that meddling Trunks. He had always been a thorn in Jinai's side, and the maniacal brother of Nanami swore that he would have his revenge on that Saiyan half-breed. Though with Ifureta gone and his Bugram forces reduced to a paltry 6, 7 if you included Queen Diva, Jinai's options were very limited. Plus was the fact that Trunks was strong enough to best even Ifureta. Jinai couldn't compete with that kind of power. No, he needed an equalizer or better, yet, on edge. What he needed was a bigger and better weapon. In short, he needed a new demon god. It was at that moment that he sighted a large mesa in the distance while riding on Groucho's back. His intuition began telling him that something evil and potentially dangerous was in that direction, and he motioned for his ride and the other Buglung to head for it. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that takes care of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 will be more detailed as Trunks and the others begin their search for the missing Mr. Fujisawa. And as for what Jinai may find to give our favorite half-Saiyan more headaches, well, stay tuned. Oh, and for those of you who are wondering about this chapter, one Trunks is 19 due to spending 2 days in the hyperbolic time chamber in DBH. Remember that spending 1 day in that place is the equivalent of spending 1 year. The Trunks could have easily have stopped Mr. Fujisawa from leaving, so the only way for him to have gotten away was to sneak out. Unlike in the original series where he simply tossed Makoto aside when he tried to stop his sensei. Chapter 2 Chapter 2 New Enemies and Old Friend. Dragon Ball Lizard. To disclaimer, Trunks and the rest of the characters of the Dragon Ball cast, plus El Lizard, belong to other people. Nuff said. Thoughts. Chapter 2 New Enemies and Old Friends. Trunks sighed as he sat on the side of the cruiser as it skimmed across the landscape. He was dressed in his usual attire of black muscle shirt, dark pants, boots, and wearing his favorite Capsule Corp jacket. Lying beside him was his sword and duffel bag. He looked toward the horizon as the sun began to set and thought back to the events which brought him to this point in time. Flashback. Ms. Mishtel was not happy. Today was supposed to have been the happiest day of her life. The wedding preparations had gone off without a hitch. The Rismacher had spent weeks creating her gown. Everyone whom she had invited had come. It had been absolutely perfect. The only problem was that the groom had left her at the altar. Jilted. Well, technically speaking, the wedding had not been called off. Just postponed. For an indefinite amount of time. The only excuse that Trunks could give her was that her fiancé needed to find himself before committing to the marriage. However, Ms. was not in the forgiving mood as she showed everyone there how she felt about it. The entire palace rumbled as Ms. tore loose with the water powers at her command. The entire structure was doused in waves and waves as the enraged bride used a lamp of water to almost drown the guests and everyone else in the castle. Trunks had to act quickly to minimize the damage and save the people from being swept away. After transforming into a Super Saiyan and using his energy powers and super strength, he managed to divert most of the water away from the innocents and kept the walls from collapsing from the intense pressure. Aframan and Shayla were caught in a sudden downpour and were immediately soaked, along with Nanami, the 2 princesses and Yura. Eventually, Mrs. Temper Tantrum died out and the waters receded, leaving everyone standing up to their ankles in water. It was then that Miss had decided that she would go after her wayward beloved and confront him face to face on his reasons for leaving. She also demanded that her sister priestesses accompany her. She didn't give them any choice. When Trunks offered to come along to help, Nanami immediately volunteered as well. This in turn got Princess Fatora to thinking and invited herself and Oyeili into the group, much to Trunks' dismay. Ever since the son of Vegeta had rescued her, he had gotten to dislike Rune's sister. She was nothing more than a selfish brat who forced her opinions and affection onto others, mostly other females, whether they wanted them or not. Nanami had already told him of her own encounter with her, and the young Saiyan half-breed did not care to have Fatora on this trip. He considered her as excess baggage and was not at all afraid to voice out his objections to her tagging along. However, Fatora would not be deterred, and Trunks recognized the devilish look in her eye when she heard that both Nanami and Shayla would be coming along. This could only mean trouble. As Trunks and his friends were cruising along, in another part of Al-Hazard, Jinai and his Bugram had finally made it to the place where the maniac believed he would find his destiny. After a long trek through the wastelands, Nanami's brother stood before a large cavern that was dug into the mesa that he had spotted earlier. As he surveyed the area, Groucho walked up to him and gestured toward the ceiling of the cave. Jinai looked up and saw a very grisly sight of dozens of human skeletons entombed in what appeared to be ember. Then he saw something else embedded in the substance. It was a long thin rod that had a large crystal on its head. "Hello? What's this? That looks like Ifurata's key staff." "No. Wait, it's different from hers. But for all those poor fools to have lost their lives over it, must mean..." Jinai's eyes gleamed evilly as he sensed that he was onto something big. He then instructed Groucho to get under it as he hopped onto his back. Directing the large insect to stand on his tiptoes, Jinai then stood up and reached for the staff. As soon as he grasped it, the gemstone glowed briefly, startling the Bugram and made him back away, leaving Jinai to dangle wildly above the ground. Then he landed hard on his butt when the staff pulled free. The would-be conqueror of Al-Hazard shouted in outrage at Groucho, waving his arms about and threatening to clobber the Bugram with the staff. At that moment, Queen Diva and her entourage approached them. "Mr. Jinai, are you alright?" "Huh? Yes. Of course I'm alright. Why shouldn't I be?" Nanami's brother straightened out and gestured with the staff toward the cavern. "Inside there is where we shall find our new weapon. Follow me." With little else to do, the Bugram did just that. Meanwhile, at a small town restaurant, the three priestesses of Muldoon, Nanami, Oyeili, Yuri and Fatora all stared in disbelief as they watched Trunks eat. It was their first time in witnessing the Saiyan stomach in action. They just couldn't fathom where Trunks was putting all. And they weren't the only ones watching the son of Vegeta. All the other patrons stopped in their meals around the time the warrior was working on his 12th helping. Many of them lost their appetites as they saw Trunks inhale portion after portion. Waiters ran back and forth from the kitchen to the table he was sitting at, clearing off the dirty dishes and replacing them with fresh plates of food. Mmm. This is good stuff. Trunks said after polishing off the roasted bird that was the size of a Thanksgiving turkey, then started working on a platter of kebabs. In less than a minute, he finished them off, leaving only a pile of thin, wooden sticks. He then signaled to the waiters to bring him another round. Good grief! Olyela gasped as she turned to Fatora. Where is he putting it all? He's not human. Fatora gasped. Of course, he's not. At least, not totally human. Nanami remarked. Trunks is half Saiyan, and I remember his mother telling me that Saiyans had really big appetites. Though to actually see it is incredible. Shayla thought back to the time she was on Earth, then nodded. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember Bulma telling us that it was quite a job keeping 3 Saiyans fed, with Trunks, his father and his sister. I guess that's the reason why his mother gave him 5 years worth of food when we left. You mean this is normal? Miss said incredulously. She became very thankful that she was going to marry a plain, ordinary human with super strength. Afra looked at Trunks thoughtfully, then nodded. You know, I've always wondered where Trunks got so much energy in battle. Perhaps it's because of all the food energy he consumes. It's disgusting. Fatora said as she and the others continued to watch Trunks chow down. I'm not so hungry anymore. Olyela's face was slightly green as she pushed away her plate, which still had a considerable amount of food on it. Trunks continued to wolf down his dinner at an accelerated rate. After another 20 minutes, he put down his bowl and took a deep breath. Everyone in the restaurant waited in silence as many people assumed that the young Saiyan was finally full. Then he smiled at the nearest waiter, held out his empty bowl and said, "More, please." Everyone in the establishment did a face fault. Nanami was the first one back up. You can't still be hungry after all that, can you? Trunks shrugged. Hey, I hadn't eaten since breakfast this morning, and all the food at the wedding got washed away. Back in the cavern. Onward, my followers. Jinai said as he led the Bugwum deeper into the mesa. They had been trudging for about an hour as the insane brother of Nanami led them on his delusional quest for power. When they reached the end of the tunnel, they came upon a dead end. However, this did not deter Katsuhiko Jinai in the slightest. Convinced that there was something behind the stone wall, he ordered Chico and Harpo to begin digging. Now that was great. Trunks commented as he and the others exited the restaurant. Nanami had gone on ahead to find the group lodgings for the night. Fortunately for them, they did not have to pay for the meal when it was revealed that the half Saiyan was the legendary Golden Champion. The owner of the establishment was ecstatic when he realized that business would double when word got out that the savior of El Hazard had eaten their Trunks dinner, which would have fed a platoon for a week, was on the house. I was beginning to think you'd never stop eating. Shayla commented. Hey, what can I say? I need to keep up my strength, right? He gave the fire priestess a smile that made her heart skip a beat and her cheeks became red. The redhead shook herself to compose herself and turned to her sister priestesses. So what makes you think that Mr. Fujisawa is heading for Mount Lilikoko? Miss shrugged as she replied. It's common knowledge that if one wishes to seek spiritual solitude, there are only two mountains in which my beloved can go to, Mount Muldoon and Mount Lilikoko. Yes, and it is also a well-known fact that we priestesses have a temple on Mount Muldoon, so his only other option would be Mount Lilikoko. It's really quite simple. Do you understand, or should we explain it to you again? Miss said with a slightly smug tone. Shayla frowned as she turned her back to them. Shit. I hate it when they make me look stupid. Trunks shrugged and gave her another smile. Well, I wouldn't have thought of that. I would have gone off and searched every mountain in El Hazard for Sensei. I guess we have something common after all, eh Shayla? SS something in common? The fire priestess felt her heart skip a beat again as his comment sent a warm, gooey feeling inside of her. She then sighed happily as her cheeks turned even redder. Hey everybody! The group turned to see Nanami waving at them from a few yards away. The Earth Girl was gesturing to a nearby building and motioning for them to follow. When they joined up with her, they looked over to where she was pointing. Well, what do you think? I got a great deal on it, Nanami asked. Ugh. It's positively dilapidated, Afra commented as she and the others looked at the dreary and run-down inn. Do you expect royalty to sleep in such a place? Fator asked with indignation. Well, excuse me for not finding something more posh, Nanami retorted. That's okay, Nanami. You did all right. We're only going to be staying one night, Trunks said. You bet I did. Jinai's sister nodded happily. I got a great deal too. I got a special rental price for 1 room and 7 beds. All females, of course. Hold on. There are 6 females here and I'm a guy. No problem, Nanami said as she reached into her bag and pulled out a wig that resembled Fator's hair. Trunks, we'll be able to get the discount if you become the fairer sex. Oh no. I'm not going through that again. This development gave Fator an idea as she grinned, while giving Shayla a leer out of the corner of her eye. You know, Trunks, I'm having second thoughts here. We can just tell the manager that we're twins and forget it. I'm not doing it. Trunks glared at her before reaching into a pocket on the inside of his jacket. But Trunks, Nanami began to protest, then stopped when she saw him withdraw a small case. It's okay. You girls can sleep at the inn. I'll just sleep outside of town. Besides, I'm going to train for a while and it would be best if I do it out in the open. I'll see you all in the morning, okay? He took out the capsule which contained his house and showed it to them before walking off. Wait for Yura. The living body armor cried out as she followed her master. Later that night, Trunks was practicing high in the sky, creating quite a light show as he threw hundreds of ki blasts and ultra-high-speed punches. He had been going non-stop for an hour. It was good thing that he was a mile outside of the city limits. He had created several dozen craters in the surrounding areas with his techniques and would have devastated half the town. Trunks came to a hover some 500 feet above the ground to rest for a bit before continuing on with his training. It then that he saw a huge geyser of flame suddenly erupt from the center of the town. He recognized the energy signature being emitted as he sped toward the area where Nanami and the others were staying. Wonder what Shayla is doing? Trunks landed in an alley and suddenly stopped short when he came upon a very rare sight. The sight of the tough priestess of fire in tears. Shayla was sitting against a wall in only her bra and panties. Her legs were huddled up to her chest and her head was bowed down as she continued to sob while mumbling to herself. Damn that Fatora. It was my first kiss. Trunks slowly approached the hot-tempered, but strong-willed priestess of Mount Muldoon. He then knelt down and gently put a hand on her shoulder. Shayla. What's wrong? Her head came up suddenly, showing her tear-streaked face. She showed rage at first. However, as recognition set in, her features softened as she realized that this was not the scheming Fatora, but the kind-hearted Trunks. Oh, it's you, Trunks. I don't look at me. She then turned her head away from him, not wanting him to see her in this condition. What are you doing out here? What happened, Shayla? I don't want to talk about it. Shayla said in a bare whisper. Come on, you can tell me. I said, I don't want to talk about it. Okay. I guess you can tell me later, but don't you think you ought to get back to the hotel? I mean, it's kind of chilly out here, especially since you're in your underwear. Oops. Trunks became very flustered as he realized how very shapely the fire priestess was in her undergarments. Sure, he had seen her totally naked before, but that had been a different situation altogether. He wasn't a pervert like Roshi. He quickly stood up, and turned his back while taking off his jacket. Then he handed it toward her while keeping his eyes averted. S.H. Shayla, would mind putting this on? Huh? The fire priestess looked up and saw Trunks holding out his jacket toward her. He was obviously feeling a lot of embarrassment and discomfort at this situation. She couldn't help but smile and momentarily forget her own problems as she stood up and took the garment. Thank you. She noted that it smelled a bit as Trunks had been sweating from his workout. However, it was not an unpleasant smell. It was a bit musky, but it also hinted at the youth's strength and power. When Trunks heard her put on his jacket, he slowly turned around and gulped a bit. His jacket didn't cover much. He took a deep breath. Well, I guess it's time that I turned in for the night and you'd better be going back to the hotel. I don't want to go back there, Shayla said with a bit of shame in her voice. Not with her? The half-Saiyan asked, then began putting two and two together. There were only a few people who could really rile Shayla. Who are you? Her. The red-haired girl could only nod as she felt tears welling up in her eyes again. Trunks scratched the back of his head, then said, "Well, since you don't want to go back to the hotel, then I guess you can crash with me tonight." "What?" The fire priestess was caught off guard by this sudden offer as Trunks held out his arm. She was silent for a long time, then nodded as she moved close to the son of Vegeta. Trunks nodded as he carefully wrapped the arm around her waist. He became even more nervous as he noticed how warm her bare skin was and how her curves seemed to fit in with his own muscled form. He took a deep breath and took off into the sky with her. Inside his capsule house. "Are you sure that you want me to take your bed?" Shayla asked as she lay in the only bed in the portable domicile. She was also wearing one of Trunks' shirts, using it as a makeshift nightgown. On the front, it said, "Kiss me. I'm Zion." "It's okay," Trunks assured as he stood near the side of the bed. "I'll just sleep on the couch in the living room with Yura. I don't know what to say. I don't want to impose." "None, you aren't imposing. Hey, after what Fatora pulled on you, you don't need any more problems." During their flight to his house, Shayla had finally told him what had happened. Rune's sister had been up to her old tricks again. She had pretended to be Trunks with the excuse that he had sneaked into the hotel to see her. Using Shayla's feelings for Trunks to her advantage, Fatora had tried to seduce her and had gotten her to actually kiss before Nanami awoke and revealed the ruse. At that point, Shayla understandably reacted and torched a square block in her anger. Fatora had gotten away, but not before Shayla had barbecued her backside. The princess would not be able to sit down for a week. Damn that Fatora. That had been my first kiss and, The colleague of Ms. Andifra was wide-eyed and in a state of shock when Trunks leaned over and gently planted his own lips on hers. Every fiber in her body became stiff as her body temperature began to rise. Her body trembled as Trunks continued to press his lips against hers. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it ended as Trunks pulled away while smiling warmly at the flabbergasted fire priestess. He straightened up and began walking toward the door. "Why did you?" Shayla stuttered, though the majority of her being wanted him to do it again. Trunks glanced over his shoulder while still smiling. He had decided that Shayla needed something to get her out of her sadness. So he gave her something to perk her up. "You looked like you needed it." Just as he was about to step through the door, he then added, "Oh, and by the way, if it makes you feel any better, that was my first kiss. Sweet dreams, Shayla." With that, Trunks exited the room and closed the door, leaving the fire priestess alone with her thoughts. After a long while, she sunk down into the bed and eventually closed her eyes as the undesirable memories of the night began to fade away. Well, not all those memories, for Shayla fell asleep with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, back at the mesa, Jinai chuckled with glee as he looked at his new weapon. After enduring a near-fatal encounter with the laser defense systems that guarded this complex, not to mention almost falling into a bottomless pit, he had found that which he was looking for, a means to conquer Al-Ezzard and wreak his ultimate revenge against his hated rival. Before him was a large cylinder that seemed to be made of ember, and within it was a figure that resembled a young girl with white hair. However, within that tube lay an ancient evil that was about to be unleashed upon Al-Ezzard again. An evil so great that it made Ithuriel seem like nothing, and the self-proclaimed Lord God Genii meant to free her. Incomplete one. Though Trunks may have feelings for Ithuriel, that doesn't mean that the other girls won't have a chance of winning his heart. I also wanted to show a more sensitive side to Shayla than what was depicted in the original series.